Chapter 3390. Although he had stolen the divine craftsman's chart back then, he still felt extremely guilty towards his master. He didn't know what to say. Even though he knew that his master had already forgiven him, he still didn't know what to do. For the past thousands of years, Tuoba Longyu had felt even more nervous than when he was refining a divine weapon. The wind howled as snowflakes drifted down from the Bamboo Sea mountain range. Gradually, it became a snowstorm. The vast expanse of white above the Bamboo Sea seemed extremely cold and desolate. "Master, I'm back. From now on, I will use the rest of my life to show filial respect to Master," Tuoba Longyu said resolutely in his heart. Jiang Chen was silently paying attention to Tuoba Longyu. To Shangguan Hongyan, he wasn't an unforgivable person, but he had driven Tuoba Longyu out of the sect and almost killed him. Because of this, the relationship between the master and disciple had been severed. However, Tuoba Longyu already knew his mistake. He wanted to admit it to his master, but he didn't know where to start. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's words, he might still be muddle-headed in the sword-drawing sect, forging weapons. "Master, your unfilial disciple, Tuoba Longyu, requests an audience with you," Tuoba Longyu said in a loud voice. He knelt in front of the Bamboo Sea mountain range with boundless remorse, his voice echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. The Bamboo Sea mountain range was covered in ice and snow as snowflakes swirled in the air. A white-robed figure walked through the snow. His long hair was tied up behind his back, and his expression was ice-cold. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The middle-aged man had a grave expression as he frowned. Lang Lang said, "I harmed your life back then, but you don't know how to repent. Back then, I took your life, but you don't know how to repent. You still want to come back and steal my things? Humph. Do you want me to grant you death?" The middle-aged man shouted angrily. His gaze was like a torch, causing Tuoba Longyu to tremble in fear. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his master to be so furious that he had no intention of forgiving him. "Master, haven't you already forgiven me?" Tuoba Longyu's expression was extremely complicated, even filled with despair. He could clearly sense the boundless killing intent from his master. "Shangguan Hongyan. He is Shangguan Hongyan." Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The feeling of controlling the heavens made Jiang Chen feel a great pressure. With his current strength, he was not a match for him. Even if he fused with the lightning, he might not be able to kill him. Jiang Chen was not someone who would give up easily. However, he knew that if he were to face Shangguan Hongyan now, he would most likely die. "Forgive you? Humph, you stole my treasure, and you expect me to forgive you? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Now, you actually rushed back to see me. Do you really want me to split you in half?" Shangguan Hongyan said domineeringly. She stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Her aura seemed to devour mountains and rivers, as if she was one with the snowflakes in the sky. That kind of power that transcended nature caused even Jiang Chen to be speechless. "Master, little junior brother said that you've already forgiven me. After so many years, I've always been worried about you all, and wanted to see you again. Could it be that little junior brother lied to me?" Tuoba Longyu's eyes were filled with bitterness. "Little junior brother? Where did this little junior brother come from? Just who tricked you into coming here?" Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. He struck out with his palm, almost crippling Tuoba Longyu's life. Even Jiang Chen frowned slightly. This Shangguan Hongyan was simply an executioner who killed people without blinking. His killing intent was too heavy, so heavy that it made people feel suffocated. Tuoba Longyu was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. His face was deathly pale, and he vomited blood. However, he didn't have any chance to retaliate. He had even completely given up on resisting, but Shangguan Hongyan was still ruthless and merciless. "Master, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. Little junior brother had important matters to attend to, so he didn't come back with me," Tuoba Longyu said in a low voice. "A bunch of nonsense. There's no such thing as little junior brother. You've already been tricked into coming here. Do you still not understand? You're really stupid," Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. Only at that moment did Tuoba Longyu realize that it was very possible that he had been bewitched by someone. Could it be that his junior brother from before had all been lying? That everything he had said was also a lie? Tuoba Longyu's face was deathly pale. He didn't care whether his little junior brother was real or not. He only wanted to know if his master had already forgiven him. However, it was clear that the little junior brother he had mentioned was simply a fabrication. His master still hated him to the bone. His master hadn't killed him back then, and his hatred for him now made Tuoba Longyu feel even more despair. "I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too stupid to listen to slander." However, he clearly knew about the existence of the Divine Craftsman's chart. He was even able to help me complete the refinement of a mid-grade primal origin treasure. His artifact refining skills are definitely not inferior to mine. Tuoba Longyu slowly explained. At that moment, Shangguan Hongyan's expression was growing increasingly gloomy, and he was extremely furious at Tuoba Longyu. That was especially so when he heard the words Craftsman's Manual, which made him even more furious. Divine Craftsman's Chart. It's the Divine Craftsman's Chart again. It seems that you really want me to kill you today to vent my anger. Shangguan Hongyan shouted in a deep voice. His face was also extremely gloomy. He seemed to have recalled the past. The Divine Craftsman's Chart was a mark of anger and imprint that could never be erased from his heart. "Master, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll go find that guy right now and kill him to vent my anger. At that time, I'll definitely commit suicide to thank Master," Tuoba Longyu said with incomparable determination. Shangguan Hongyan looked into the distance and said indifferently, "There's no need. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Didn't you just want to see me? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, what other secrets are you hiding?" Shangguan Hongyan's gaze landed on the place where Jiang Chen was hiding. He did not expect to be discovered in an instant. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed, but he didn't hesitate and slowly walked out of the cave. "As expected of Shangguan Hongyan, you actually discovered my existence. It seems that you already know who I am." Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked into Shangguan Hongyan's eyes. "Bastard! You're not my little junior brother. Who are you? Why did you lie to me and come find my master?" Tuoba Longyu was unable to restrain his anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. "Those who kill will always be killed. I'm only here to take revenge." Shangguan Hongyan's expression became increasingly solemn. Chapter 3391. Revenge? Hee, you don't have the qualifications to do so. There's no enmity between us. Why do you need to bargain with me? But since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. No matter who you are, there's only one ending for you since you dare to covet me, Shangguan Hongyan, and that's death. Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. He completely ignored Tuoba Longyu, and his gaze fell onto Jiang Chen. He had already locked onto him. "You don't even know who I am? Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you pretending to be smart? Senior brother Shangguan?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. At this moment, not only Tuoba Longyu, but even Shangguan Hongyan's expression became completely gloomy. Shangguan Hongyan's expression changed a few times. He never thought that this person would be his disciple. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan's expression finally changed completely. He took a deep breath. How many years has it been? 4 million years. He has always been searching for that person. Because his Divine Craftsman's chart had always been missing. He would never be able to reach that person's level in his entire life. Shangguan Hongyan was constantly thinking about it. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao of smithing, but he still couldn't change anything, because he couldn't forge a primal chaos saint weapon. That was what he had been fighting for his entire life. Without the craftsman's divine list, everything would be in vain. And that old man had completely disappeared from this world with the Divine Craftsman's chart. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. This guy actually claimed to be his junior brother. Without a doubt. He knew where the Divine Craftsman's chart was, and also knew about that old man's inheritance. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes gradually became filled with color. Jiang Chen's appearance had given him a glimmer of hope. His Tao of craftsmanship could finally advance. His years of hard work had finally paid off. He never thought that this guy would actually come without an invitation. It was truly an indescribable joy. Shangguan Hongyan was already filled with despair, but Jiang Chen's appearance had given him hope. At this moment, he was already unable to contain his excitement. He no longer cared about the grudges in the past. What he wanted was Jiang Chen's divine craftsman's chart, the inheritance left behind by that old man. That's all. More accurately, you should call me Martial Uncle. When Jiang Chen looked at Tuoba Longyu again, Tuoba Longyu was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and wanted to scold Jiang Chen for being shameless. Who would have thought that Shangguan Hongyan would actually speak at this moment? Looks like you're here to seek revenge for that old man. You're really naive. Did he ask you to come, or did you come on your own? Do you think that the gap between you and me is possible? He, an early divine emperor, even if there are 10 or 100 of him, he's just trash in my eyes. Didn't that old man tell you what it means to conceal one's strength and bide one's time? It's a pity that you've only learned his arrogance and conceit. Do you think that the Central Region Divine Land is still the Central Region Divine Land of the past? Do you think that you, a brat who appeared out of nowhere, can take revenge for that old man? You're dreaming. Shangguan Hongyan said indifferently. She was filled with disdain towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, if she wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for her to waste any effort at all. However, Jiang Chen was actually trying to find her. Little did she know that if he revealed his identity, she would probably be able to find him faster than him. You keep calling him old man. Don't you remember the kindness of the craftsman god as your master? If it wasn't for him, perhaps you would have died countless times already. If it wasn't for him, would you be able to achieve what you have today? If it wasn't for him, do you think that you would be able to reach such a high position and look down upon the masses? All of this, in exchange for your betrayal, your merciless pursuit. In my opinion, you're an ingrate, worse than a beast. You're not worthy to be master's disciple. Jiang Chen shook his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. This Shangguan Hongyan was a heartless man. How could his master fall in love with a shameless guy like him? Now, he was even disrespectful to his master who had taught him the Tao. Jiang Chen shook his head. Ha ha ha, brat, you're too naive. Who do you think you are? My little junior brother? You're not worthy. No matter if it's strength or weapon forging techniques, you're not my match. What do you have to fight against me? Do you think that just being hot-blooded is enough? At that time, I painstakingly practiced the art of refining, wanting to let him see my efforts, but he turned a blind eye to it. He kept the most powerful craftsman's divine chart, and refused to teach it to me. I think he was afraid that after teaching his disciple, the master would starve to death. Is this the high and mighty master you spoke of? What qualifications does he have to be my master? You still want to take revenge for him? Today, you're destined to die here. As long as it's someone related to that old man, I'll kill them all. Shangguan Hongyan said crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. Just because master didn't teach you the craftsman god's list, you killed your own master? A master for a day is a father for life. You're a wolf with wild ambitions. Is this your excuse? Haha, what a joke. You killed your own master, and you're still saying it in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Jiang Chen sneered. This Shangguan Hongyan didn't have a single bit of friendship. He was filled with hatred and resentment towards the craftsman god. Isn't that enough? Could it be that he wants to bring his weapon forging techniques into his coffin? Do you think he treated me sincerely? Ha ha ha, you won't understand. He only treated me as a boy that he could order around. In front of him, I have no dignity at all. That's why I hate him. He didn't want to teach me the things on the craftsman god's list, because he was afraid that I would surpass him one day. However, in the end, he still died in my hands. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were cold. He grinned evilly. He stretched out his palms and slowly clenched them together. His face made Jiang Chen feel a chill in his heart. This person wasn't fit to be called a human. He was a beast through and through. Chapter 3392. Tuoba Longyu couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, he couldn't change the fact that his master was his teacher, the teacher who had immensely respected him. Yet, he was being so disrespectful to his master. That sort of feeling made Tuoba Longyu feel extremely uncomfortable. Ever since he was young, his master had taught him to remember his master no matter what. His kindness was greater than the heavens. Yet, he was treating his master with such disdain and disrespect, even calling him an old fart. This was something Tuoba Longyu couldn't understand. The master who had once loved him so much had already disappeared without a trace. Could it be that this moment was the real him? Do you know why he was so ruthless towards you? Do you know why he never forgave you? It's because he was afraid that he saw his own shadow in you. It's because he couldn't learn the divine craftsman's chart that he stole it. He was afraid that you would one day become him. That's why he expelled you from the sect and didn't kill you. You can be considered lucky. Jiang Chen looked at Tuoba Longyu in silence. He had deep feelings for Shangguan Hongyan, but at this moment, Shangguan Hongyan was completely ignoring him. Master, is that really the case? Tuoba Longyu's eyes were filled with tears. As an old man who had lived for millions of years, he would forever be the obedient child before his master. However, in his master's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of a master-disciple relationship between them. Shangguan Hongyan looked at Tuoba Longyu coldly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard! Scoundrel! You shameless sinner! Not only did you bring people to my place, you even listened to slanderous rumors. I shouldn't have kept you alive in the first place. Killing you might be the best ending for you." Shangguan Hongyan completely ignored Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu's heart became extremely pained and disheartened. The master that he had missed day and night for so many years had already become a stranger. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel grief? He had taken Shangguan Hongyan as a senior who was like a father and a master, yet he was mercilessly ridiculed by Shangguan Hongyan, and was even heavily punished. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel bitterly disappointed? At this moment, it was as if he had finally seen Shangguan Hongyan's true face. That ferocious and terrifying appearance was perhaps his truest self. In order to pursue his own path of artifact forging, in order to become an even more powerful existence, he had used crafty schemes to kill his own master, and in the end, he had become a grandmaster artifact forging. To Tuoba Longyu, no matter what, he was not willing to believe it. However, Shangguan Hongyan had already admitted to it. There was no need for Jiang Chen to force a confession out of him. He had already completely admitted to his crimes. He didn't even have the slightest hint of remorse. Master, oh master, how could you be such a person? Tuoba Longyu let out a long sigh towards the heavens, feeling inconsolable. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by a palm strike from Shangguan Hongyan. Heavily injured. He was on the verge of death. Trash. Trash like you will never have the qualifications to stand at the top. I painstakingly taught you the art of artifact forging, yet you colluded with outsiders to frame me. How could I spare you? Shangguan Hongyan's face was cold. He did not have any feelings for Tuoba Longyu. Killing him was no different from killing a dog. Tuoba Longyu's heart was as calm as still water. How laughable, extremely laughable. You can even say such words? Isn't this how you used to be? This is the truest portrayal. Could it be that you don't dare to admit it? What were you thinking when you colluded with others to deceive your master? What were you thinking when you tried to kill your master who had treated you like his own son? For your own selfish desires, you committed such a heartless act. Does your conscience not hurt? I was wrong. You simply do not know what conscience is and what kindness is. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had overestimated Shangguan Hongyan. Talking about the relationship between master and disciple was no different from playing the lute to a cow. You seem to be talking too much. If I want to kill him, I'll do it. What does it have to do with you? Does my disciple need you to tell me what to do? Today you will definitely die. Since you came to seek revenge, you should be prepared to stay here. After killing you, I should be able to get what I want. That old fellow still taught you the craftsman god register. Otherwise, why would you work so hard for him? He must be the one who asked you to seek revenge. That old man can't die in peace. He, for the rest of his life, he will never forget how I looked when I killed him. Shangguan Hongyan clenched his teeth. He was filled with hatred for the craftsman god. At this moment, he no longer had any emotions. Jiang Chen knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. If he wanted his master to rest in peace, the only way was to clean up the sect for his master. Perhaps only then would he be able to rest in peace. You are a demon. You were born as a human, yet you willingly became a demon. Today, I will send you to the 18th level of hell. I will make you kneel in front of my master and repent for thousands of years. Jiang Chen extended his hand and pointed the heavenly dragon sword at Shangguan Hongyan. Killing chi surged out. What a good sword. Did that old man leave this for you? Shangguan Hongyan's eyes lit up as he sneered. You don't have the qualifications to know. Jiang Chen took a step forward. His sword aura was like a rainbow. A strong wind suddenly rose. In the depths of the bamboo forest, snow fluttered in the air. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The wind blew and the water died. All right, I will let you see who is a true expert. Today I will teach you how to be a man. Shangguan Hongyan shouted. He rose up against the wind. The willow-long blade in his hand was shining brightly. It intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword. Cold light flickered and the aura was like a dragon. The willow-long saber was straight as a dragon sword, like a dragon playing with a phoenix. Shangguan Hongyan's saber technique was like a song of morning water, like a raging river, the water flowing across the sky. The saber was like a blood shadow flying in the sky, traveling across the bamboo sea. Little junior brother, you are quite capable. Your sword realm has reached such a high level. Shangguan Hongyan smiled indifferently. However, his willow-long blade still pierced through the air. It continued to interact with the heavenly dragon sword. The chi was like a flowing river. Such a strong guy. Jiang Chen was shocked. This Shangguan Hongyan's strength had far exceeded his imagination. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to kill him now, as difficult as ascending the heavens. Limitless sword. 17 blade. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Shangguan Hongyan didn't even try to dodge. Wherever the long blade went, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, causing the sky to be in chaos. Shadowless blood blade. Chapter 3393. This blade technique seems to be faster and sharper than my sword. My 17th sword couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Jiang Chen murmured, but he was extremely shocked. However, in his blood shadow blade technique, Jiang Chen had a new discovery. Coincidentally, he had a slight understanding of the 18th sword. Blade and sword, chi and momentum, as they intertwined, the sword was sharper and the blade was more tactful. His shadowless blood blade, on the other hand, combined the tenacity of both the blade and the sword. While attacking and defending, there was an order of advance and retreat. The sword intent was the attack, while the blade intent was the leader. Limitless sword. 18th sword. Jiang Chen moved forward, but he only managed to swing half of the sword. The remaining opportunity was directly erased by Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan's blade technique was far more mature than Jiang Chen's 18th sword. Jiang Chen was almost forced back 3,000 feet by Shangguan Hongyan's shadowless blood blade. Above the sea of bamboos, snowflakes fluttered down. Shangguan Hongyan stepped on the snow, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to resist. He attacked again with lightning speed. The shadowless blood blade surrounded the heavens and earth, leaving Jiang Chen nowhere to hide. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen activated the Eastern Emperor Bell again, but this time, even the Eastern Emperor Bell was shattered in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. In the end, it turned into broken rays of divine light and flew away. Eastern Emperor Bell. Boy, you've given me too many surprises. This Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Shangguan Hongyan's spirit shone brightly. There were too many secrets waiting for him to uncover. The heavenly dragon sword, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the craftsman's chart that he had been longing for. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a chaotic saint weapon, so Shangguan Hongyan naturally had a special liking for it. As the most powerful weapon-forging grandmaster in the Central Divine Land, he was very familiar with all the weapons in the world. Even though there were some weapons he had never seen before, they did not escape Shangguan Hongyan's eyes and ears. Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen let out a low roar, swallowing several mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he had already been seriously injured, but Shangguan Hongyan was still as relaxed as ever, as if she was taking a stroll in the park, without any pressure at all. Now, I will let you know how big the gap between a late Divine Emperor and an early Divine Emperor is. No matter how strong you are, you can't make up for it. Shangguan Hongyan's expression was calm. With a flip of her palm, 3,000 lightning strikes, 10,000 Li clouds return, as fast as lightning. Everlasting Wisdom Palm. As Shangguan Hongyan struck out with her palm, Jiang Chen was unable to dodge at all. It covered the entire sky, leaving him with no place to escape. Jiang Chen knew that he had to fight this palm with his life, Otherwise, he would not be able to receive it. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon battle armor, which he had not used for a long time, also turned into ashes at this moment. Under the divine golden bell, it was unable to resist at all. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally, not knowing what to do. He could only meet the palm with his fist, forcefully taking on the palm. However, Jiang Chen's strength was still too far from Shangguan Hongyan's. Under the palm strike, Jiang Chen's figure was almost instantly engulfed by the everlasting wisdom palm. Even with Jiang Chen's strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, and his iron-like bones, he was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. After retreating 100 meters, Jiang Chen was already heavily injured. Not bad. To be able to survive my palm strike, it means that you are indeed talented. However, it is a pity that you came to seek revenge against me today. You should have expected that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. She held the willow blade in her hand and struck out with it, causing the sky to change color. The sky was dyed red, half of it was white, and the other half was green. Between the green and white, Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and unleashed the ancient soaring dragon skill. The sword soul came out of its scabbard and a dragon roar could be heard. The azure dragon rising out of the sea merged with the pure white blade. The sword soul was still one step behind, and it was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. The dragon soul cried out in pain, and the heavenly dragon sword chi was pushed back hundreds of meters. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I have said that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Jiang Chen was indeed an extraordinary man, but it was impossible for her to win against him. The gap between them was just too huge. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Then, why don't you try this move of mine? Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. The 4 heavenly thunders in his hand had already slowly fused together. The 4 heavenly thunders, green and red, were intersecting, and there were traces of lightning snakes. This time around, the nameless heavenly lightning from last time had been replaced with 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Its frightening level had also increased by several times. A frightening death lotus gradually formed. Even Shangguan Hongyan's expression had become extremely gloomy at this moment. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder. This guy has actually fused 4 heavenly thunders. Shangguan Hongyan squinted her eyes and her heart was beating fast. Is this guy not afraid of playing with fire? However, while Shangguan Hongyan was in a daze, the death lightning lotus had finished fusing in an instant. Now, I will let you have a taste of my power. Jiang Chen sneered. His face was extremely pale. Under the fusion of the 4 heavenly thunders, he had almost used up all the divine yuan qi in his body. He threw out a palm, and the death lightning lotus flew across the sky. Lightning flashed and illuminated the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely exhausted. The terrifying death lightning lotus exploded in an instant. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes narrowed. He knew that the death lightning lotus was so terrifying that it could even threaten his existence. That damned guy! Shangguan Hongyan said through gritted teeth. However, at that moment, something that Jiang Chen and Shangguan Hongyan hadn't expected happened. Tuoba Longyu, who was originally on his last breath, actually charged forward and blocked Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus. He exhausted all of his strength to fuse with the death lightning lotus. Lightning pierced through the sky. With the 5 heavenly thunders on his body, Tuoba Longyu's body was almost burnt. In the instant that Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus exploded, Tuoba Longyu ultimately failed to block that attack. He died completely in front of Shangguan Hongyan. All that was left was a strand of soul that was struggling at death's door. At this moment, even Shangguan Hongyan had suffered quite a bit of injury. That was because Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus was extremely terrifying. If Tuoba Longyu hadn't blocked the majority of the attack, even Shangguan Hongyan didn't know if he would have been able to survive that attack from Jiang Chen. Chapter 3394. You shouldn't have come. Jiang Chen sighed with a hint of pity on the corner of his lips. However, things had already come to this. All that was left of Tuoba Longyu was a strand of his remnant soul. It was already on the verge of dissipating into thin air. If it wasn't for the fact that the obsession in his heart remained unextinguished, he would have already dissipated into thin air by now. Master, I know that you're still unwilling to forgive me. However, I, Tuoba, would like to give you a piece of advice. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent before it's too late. Regardless of whether you've betrayed your master or committed heinous crimes, you're still the master of me, Tuo belong you. A master for a day is a father for life. I have no complaints about you expelling me from your lineage for the sins I've committed back then. However, at this very moment, I would like to ask Master to reconsider your actions. I'm willing to use my death to wake Master up. I hope that Master can be compassionate and return to the right path, Tuo belong you said with a pale face. Tuo belong you said with a pale face. At this moment, his soul was also gradually dimming, as if it was going to dissipate at any moment. Tuo belong you's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He had a deep relationship with Shangguan Hongyan as his master. However, in Shangguan Hongyan's eyes, it wasn't even worth a mention. At this moment, Tuo belong you also hoped that his master would be able to turn over a new leaf. No matter how many sins he had committed, it wouldn't change the fact that he was his master. Tuo belong you knew that it was impossible for him to change the situation of the battle with his own strength. However, he hoped that his death would leave a trace of warning for his master. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not qualified to lecture me. Go to hell. Your soul dispersing is the best ending for you. Shangguan Hongyan raised her blade and slashed down with an unparalleled might. Tuo belong you was directly cleaved into two, completely dissipating into thin air. At the moment when he turned into ashes, his eyes were still filled with hope for Shangguan Hongyan. However, from the start to the end, his death had not been able to wake Shangguan Hongyan up. Tuo belong you was in despair. In fact, he was even disheartened. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. His love for his master was so deep, yet all he got in return was merciless indifference and ridicule. In fact, he even felt sorrowful. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This Shangguan Hongyan was even scarier than a devil. He was cold-blooded and emotionless, without a shred of emotion. Even though his disciple had risked his life to save him, trying to reform him, in the end he had still been turned into dust by a single slash of his saber. He was about to vanish into thin air, but he had not been able to escape his master's murderous hands. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He knew that Shangguan Hongyan no longer had any humanity left in him. Only by killing him would he be able to rid the world of a scourge. Jiang Chen could only sigh at Tuo belong you's death. He was not a heartless person, but he had died in such a dubious manner before the inhumane Shangguan Hongyan. In the end, he did not even have the chance to close his eyes. Now it's your turn. Only with your death will this world become clear again. My sea of bamboos will not allow anyone to tarnish it. Shangguan Hongyan said Lung Lung. Tuo belong you had died, but he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Tuo belong you was his disciple, a child who respected him like a father. You really make people feel disgusted. Even your own disciple's death was not enough to change your original intentions. It seems like the ambition of a wolf is really unchangeable. You are a beast through and through. Jiang Chen shook his head. So what if I'm a beast? What can you do to me? Ha ha ha, no one can change what I, Shangguan Hongyan, want to do. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Those who block my path will not have a good ending. Shangguan Hongyan said proudly. After saying so much, you no longer have any chance to escape. Death is your only ending. Shangguan Hongyan's gaze was like a torch as he pointed at Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Killing him would be as easy as pie. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Jiang Chen slowly took 2 steps back. At that moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor could only smile bitterly. He had no choice but to act. Shangguan Hongyan was too powerful. Jiang Chen could not fight against her. Even without Tuo belong you, Jiang Chen could not kill Shangguan Hongyan with the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. He could at most injure Shangguan Hongyan. The ancestral Dragon Emperor transformed and hid his face. He did not know if Shangguan Hongyan knew about his existence. After all, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's name was known throughout the world. If Shangguan Hongyan knew about it, she would definitely spread the news. The moment Shangguan Hongyan attacked, the ancestral Dragon Emperor transformed into a white barrier and blocked in front of Shangguan Hongyan. Young man, don't be so angry. Killing someone or saving someone is only a matter of thought. You are not qualified to kill him, said the ancestral Dragon Emperor indifferently. His words caused Shangguan Hongyan's facial expression to change. He could sense how strong this man was. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Trying to stop me from killing someone? Who do you think you are? Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. She drew out her blade once again and the shadow of the blade swept across the sky. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor activated the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda to protect Jiang Chen. Shangguan Hongyan had failed several times, but the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he did not take any action because he knew that once he took action, he would definitely attract the attention of the enemies. Shangguan Hongyan's skills were terrifying. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor could only defend passively. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. However, he still managed to block all of Jiang Chen's attacks. The more Shangguan Hongyan fought, the more frightened he became. He had no idea who his enemy was, and he had no idea what kind of existence was behind Jiang Chen. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan was feeling nervous, and it was difficult for him to fight back. You still don't want to stop? He, I am stupid. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me to attack. I promise to spare his life. However, to kill you, although it will take some effort, it is not impossible. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Shangguan Hongyan did not believe him. At this moment, he had used up half of his energy. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor activated the Zulong Tower and flew up. Damn it! This Shangguan Hongyan is too powerful. Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, the world is dangerous. Let's retreat. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This Shangguan Hongyan could not break through the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's defense. However, it was not a long-term plan. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor could not attack. Shangguan Hongyan did not know that. If this dragged on, Shangguan Hongyan would realize that something was wrong. Looking at the disappearing shadow of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda, Shangguan Hongyan didn't chase after it. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness. He was tricked by someone in his own territory. He must take revenge for this. Chapter 3395. Jiang Chen, who had just escaped death, was now lying on the ground. Although the myriad Qi body had recovered some of its power, the four heavenly lightnings fused together to form a terrifying lightning lotus. It had almost drained all of Jiang Chen's divine origin Qi, causing him to be in a passive position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a desperate situation while being chased by Shangguan Hongyan. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was under attack. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have a hard time. Shangguan Hongyan was much stronger than he expected. A late Divine Emperor expert. She was the closest expert to the Emperor realm that Jiang Chen had ever seen. Even the Ancestral Dragon Emperor did not have such strength. However, Shangguan Hongyan did not dare to chase Jiang Chen out of the Bamboo Sea mountain range. He did not know who saved Jiang Chen. If it was someone he could not defeat, he would be in a much more dangerous situation. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion had already caused him great damage. Nobody could guarantee if Jiang Chen had any other tricks up his sleeves or the background of this unknown person. I'm still too weak. I can't fight against a true expert. If it wasn't for the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, that Shangguan Hongyan would have made my life worse than death. Even if I managed to escape, it would be very difficult. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He could not help but sigh. You're already very strong. If it weren't for that person blocking your attack with the fusion of sky lightning, he probably wouldn't have had it easy either. It would have been difficult for him to continue fighting. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was obviously not satisfied with his own strength. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor knew that Jiang Chen was strong enough. He was strong enough to fight against a late Divine Emperor expert. The Divine Emperor realm was different from the Hierarch realm. The Divine Emperor realm was the most difficult realm to enter the Emperor realm. Many people would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. Every realm was divided into 3 minor realms, which showed how difficult it was for a Divine Emperor to break through. But this is still not enough. I am still unable to avenge my beloved. Shangguan Hongyan's strength is likely not at its peak either. It would appear that I still have a long way to go. Jiang Chen knew very well that only by becoming stronger could he have more right to speak and gain a foothold in the central region Divine Land. To him, there was still a long way to go. As the Ancestral Dragon Emperor had used up a lot of his soul energy, he went to rest. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Jiang Chen rested for 3 days. But when he woke up, he heard a heart-wrenching scream that came from the depths of his soul. "Father, where are you, father?" Hong Lian's frail and sorrowful voice rang out in Jiang Chen's ears. His pained wails filled him with despair. "What happened to you?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked softly. "I dreamt that my father was suffering from inhumane torture. I felt that he was going through the cycle of reincarnation," Hong Lian said in extreme pain. "Those scenes seemed to be happening in front of my eyes. Although it was blurry, I could clearly feel his existence. He is my father, and he is currently in the depths of an abyss of suffering." The corner of Red Lotus's mouth was filled with incomparable bitterness. The despair in the depth of her eyes made Jiang Chen feel heartache. "I have to go find my father. Although I don't know where he is, I can feel his existence," Red Lotus said resolutely. "All right, I'll go with you," Jiang Chen said softly. "You have more important things to do. I don't want to drag you down. I'll go alone." Hong Lian shook his head. "I have already reached the early divine emperor realm. Although I might not be able to do anything, I still have a place in the central region divine land. It's impossible for others to catch me." Hong Lian did not want to distract Jiang Chen as he was already in a terrible situation. She did not know where her father was, so she could not let Jiang Chen run around with her. She could not be so selfish, although she also hoped that Jiang Chen could accompany her. "It's all right. I'll go with you to find your father first," Jiang Chen said. "You might not have the time." A deep voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen frowned and looked up, only to see a black-clothed man. It was the man who had saved his life in the past. "I haven't had the time to thank you for saving my life." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Chen asked. He did not know who this man was, but he did save his life. Jiang Chen would never forget it. A life-saving grace should be repaid. Although Jiang Chen did not know the name of the black-clothed man, his appearance made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. He could not guess the identity of the black-clothed man. "Because you might have more important things to do," the black-clothed man said faintly. "You can speak your mind," Jiang Chen continued. "Tongxian Mansion. You will find the woman you are looking for." As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and left. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He wanted to ask further, but the black-clothed man's figure had already disappeared. It was like a ray of light, turning into a speck of light in the sky. "Is it Sister Ning? Or Xiaoyu?" Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes slightly narrowed. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The black-clothed man's words made Jiang Chen doubtful. How did he know the whereabouts of his woman? How did he know who he was looking for? What if this was a trap? Jiang Chen did not suspect that the black-clothed man would harm him. If the black-clothed man wanted to harm him, he could have just joined hands with Louis XIII and Dongfang Lianshua. Jiang Chen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Moreover, the black-clothed man had saved him. So at least his trust in him would not change. However, did the Tongxian mansion really have news about his woman? For Jiang Chen, this was something he needed to think twice before he acted. "Is it about them?" Yan Qingqing asked in a low voice. The appearance of the black-clothed man had made her curious. In the previous battle, Jiang Chen had lured Yan Qingqing to the Zulong Tower. That was why he did not let her participate in the battle. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die. He would have no time to take care of Yan Qingqing. "It's very likely." Jiang Chen nodded silently. His heart was incomparably anxious. After so many twists and turns, he wanted to find his beloved. However, the black-clothed man's information was ambiguous. Jiang Chen could only choose to believe him. He had no other choice. Chapter 3396. The black-clothed man seemed to be in a hurry. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Chen could feel his anxiety. "You better go and find them quickly." Red Lotus's voice resounded in his mind once again. She sounded cold and even disappointed. Jiang Chen could hear that she wanted him to go with her, but he couldn't change the current situation. Red Lotus knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't go with her because Jiang Chen had a more important person to save. That person was the most important woman in his life. "I'm sorry, Red Lotus." Jiang Chen sighed. A red-clothed figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing squinted her eyes and looked at the red-clothed lady with a trace of hostility. Red Lotus also looked at Yan Qingqing with a calm and indifferent expression. I'm leaving. After saying that, Red Lotus disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing. You're really flirting with women. Your luck with women is not bad. Yan Qingqing sneered. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. However, he knew that Yan Qingqing's sneer was directed at him. I have nothing to do with her. Jiang Chen said as if he was wronged. There's no good man. Yan Qingqing said Lung Lung. Jiang Chen felt extremely embarrassed. He was ridiculed by a strange woman at this moment. It would be fine if it was Yan Qingqing, but now he had become a real scumbag, a womanizer, and an ungrateful man. There's no time to lose. Let's go. I hope we can find some clues in Tongxian Mansion. Just like what your friend said, if he lied to us, I won't let him go. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait anymore. Jiang Chen was even more anxious than her. However, they still needed to go to Tongxian Mansion first. Looking at Red Lotus's departing figure, Jiang Chen sighed. It seemed like his life was full of twists and turns, especially with women. Just like what Yan Qingqing said, women were not bad, but they were all dissolute. Time flew. Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing rushed to Tongxian Mansion without stopping. At this moment, the profound connection Divine Palace had regained its former glory. 30,000 li of mountains and rivers crisscrossed. The 800 li of Qinling Mountain was covered in snow. The entire profound connection Divine Palace was the same as it was in the past. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Each generation had its own talents. His appearance might not be a big deal to Tongxian Mansion. Although he had killed the second and third mansion masters, Tongxian Mansion was still operating normally. The moment Jiang Chen appeared at the entrance of Tongxian Mansion, he knew that Tongxian Mansion was no longer the same as before. An extremely strong aura spread out from Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen, you're finally here. A late hierarch realm expert appeared in the void above Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the person. Lin Yukong, looks like your great mansion master has been waiting for me for a long time. Jiang Chen knew that the great mansion master of Tongxian Mansion must have returned. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? Lin Yukong was just a passerby to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not kill him. However, his appearance made Jiang Chen feel that they had someone backing them up. The detestable Tongxian Mansion had once again appeared in front of him. You've become so strong. Sigh. Lin Yukong sighed. When Jiang Chen left Tongxian Mansion and killed the two mansion masters, he was only an hierarch. How many years had it been? He had already become a divine emperor expert, but the great master's strength was even stronger. It seemed like it would be a battle between the strong this time. The great mansion master has been waiting for you for a long time. Looks like you're prepared for today's battle. Lin Yukong looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes. Jiang Chen, it seems like I've underestimated you since you've come. A deep voice made Jiang Chen's body tremble. A middle-aged man wearing a black cloak came from the void. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He was extremely tall, 9 feet tall, and looked extremely ferocious. However, he did not look like a clumsy man. Instead, he had a domineering attitude that made people feel intimidated. Mid-Divine Emperor Realm. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This person's strength was stronger than Jun Tianqiu's. Moreover, the pressure that he brought to Jiang Chen was completely different. The domineering aura that could crush everything gave Jiang Chen a lingering fear. This fella seemed to be much more terrifying than Jun Tianqiu. Back then, you killed my second and third brothers. Have you ever thought that one day, you'll be executed by me? Great Mansion Master Lung Lung said. His cold eyes met with Jiang Chen's. The aura of life and death constantly suppressed Jiang Chen. Different situations call for different actions. You must have lured me here to capture me in one fell swoop, didn't you? Where is she? Jiang Chen frowned. He really wanted to know whether the woman mentioned by the black-clothed man was Sister Ning or Little Yoop. You're very smart and well-informed. I haven't even released the news, but you've already come. It seems that I've underestimated you. The great mansion master stood with his arms crossed and shrugged. There was a bright smile at the corner of his mouth. But that smile was even more terrifying because there was only endless killing intent surging at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the black-clothed man did not lie to me. But where did he get the news? Let him out. Jiang Chen said faintly. Release him just because you said so? Won't I lose face then? Ha ha ha, when you killed my two younger brothers, were you also this arrogant and bossy? Today, I'll see how much you're capable of. I, Niu Tianlang, will scatter your bones and scatter your soul. Niu Tianlang said in an overbearing manner. He stretched out his palm and a series of explosions rang out. His fist was really the size of a casserole. It was incomparably domineering. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Jiang Chen said coldly. However, he couldn't help but consider the identity of the woman who caught him behind Niu Tianlong's back. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. You're the most talented disciple of my Tongxian mansion. It's a pity that you're rebellious. If you didn't betray my Tongxian mansion, perhaps you would have become one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. You're such a disappointment. Niu Tianlang sighed, as if he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. You only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you can't defeat me when that incense stick is extinguished, then your beloved woman will be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. You should know how terrifying the Heaven Dragon prison is, the Inferno Purgatory, right? Even Divine Emperor experts will be turned into ashes. Chapter 3397. At this moment, Niu Tianlang moved his hand and an icy blue figure appeared at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression became extremely ferocious. At this moment, he couldn't contain the anger and worry in his heart anymore. That person was none other than Wu Ningzhu, who had been taken away by someone. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen didn't have any choice at this moment. He could only fight with his back against the wall. If he won, he might not be able to change the current chaotic situation. If he lost, then everything would vanish into thin air. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't lose. He couldn't be defeated. Sister Ning would never be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen was clear about Niu Tianlong's thoughts. He wanted him to see the scene of Wu Ningzhu so that his mind would be disturbed. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was at her last gasp. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife as she stood at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Although Niu Tianlong's method was old-fashioned, it was very practical for Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was in a mess because of Niu Tianlang. This was a great taboo. At this moment, it was needless to say that Jiang Chen couldn't unleash his full strength. He couldn't even focus on fighting. Second sister. Yan Qingqing's pupils shrunk and her beautiful eyes flickered. That person was really her second sister, one of the only two sisters that she had an impression of. You only have the time it takes for an incense to burn. Let's see how much of your power you can unleash. If you can't, then you and your wife can only be together and die together. Niu Tianlong's words stunned Yan Qingqing. Are second sister and Jiang Chen really husband and wife? What about me? Yan Qingqing couldn't help being stunned and blushed. But why didn't she have any impression of Jiang Chen in her memory? Why did he keep everyone at arm's length? One joss stick's worth of time. Jiang Chen pretended to be calm. He squinted his eyes and stared at Niu Tianlang, wishing he could skin Niu Tianlang alive. However, he had to maintain his composure at this moment. Otherwise, this battle would be even more difficult. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to remain calm and not be affected at all. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Brat, make your move. This is the last time you can make your move. It won't be long before I reunite the two of you. In the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, you will have a different surprise. In the midst of Niu Tianlong's laughter, there was a gust of cold wind. Jiang Chen raised the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and the wind whistled. In this battle, he must kill Niu Tianlang and not give him any chance to resist. Otherwise, Wu Ningzhu's situation would be even more dangerous. Jiang Chen didn't know how Wu Ningzhu was captured and he didn't want to know. He just wanted to save her as soon as possible and reunite with her family. That was his ultimate dream. You will die miserably. Niu Tianlang stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. At this moment, the two figures were getting closer to each other. Two comet-like lights collided with each other and exploded. Don't say it too early. It's still uncertain who will be the winner. Jiang Chen sneered. The two figures clashed several times. Niu Tianlang held the Gemini meteor hammer in his hand and waved it. His chi shook the universe and shook the earth. Niu Tianlang sneered. This guy doesn't know who is the king. He actually dared to challenge me. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to avenge his two brothers, Niu Tianlang only needed to use his wife to threaten him. However, Niu Tianlang enjoyed this process very much. He wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with his own hands and clear the name of his two brothers. This guy is actually naive enough to think that he can defeat me. I'm like a fish on the chopping block. He hasn't even thought about his own situation. I'm going to save my second sister. You stay here. Be careful. Yan Qingqing said to Jiang Chen through sound transmission. You too. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing with deep concern. Yan Qingqing didn't even turn her head back. She turned around and left. If Jiang Chen and Niu Tianlang were to fight, then she would go and save her second sister, Wu Ningzhu. This was the best decision. I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing murmured in a low voice and quickly ran away. At this moment, the battle between Jiang Chen and Niu Tianlang was also quite shocking. A sword swept across the vast western sky. A piercingly cold light illuminated the sky. The sword slashed down vertically and struck on Niu Tianlang's Gemini meteor hammers. Niu Tianlang bellowed in rage. He held the twin hammers in his hands and rose into the air. He clashed with Jiang Chen again and again. The shadows of the sword overlapped and the gigantic hammers overturned the sky. Jiang Chen was pushed back by Niu Tianlang one after another. This guy really had the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The Gemini meteor hammers in his hands were probably thousands of kilograms in weight. When he swung the hammers, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen had no choice but to evade. One of them retreated while the other advanced. Jiang Chen's footsteps became somewhat messy, because Niu Tianlang was just too powerful. Even after casting the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was barely able to withstand Niu Tianlang's mighty hammer. Both of them exchanged blows. Jiang Chen gradually stabilized the situation. However, he was completely suppressed by Niu Tianlang. That kind of tremor was like 1,000 mountains leaping over. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. If he made a slight mistake, he would be smashed into a meat patty by the power of the gigantic hammers. Waves of tremendous strength crushed the void as the hammers danced in the air. The entire sky of the profound connection divine palace was crumbled by the two of them. Countless disciples looked at the sky with fear and respect in their eyes. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He struggled to move forward and retreated to deal with Niu Tianlang. The 17th sword was extremely sharp, but it couldn't break through the layers of encirclement. The gigantic hammers made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move forward and he almost died. It's impossible for you to fight me. You're too weak. I've already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I've lured you here today so that I can tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent my hatred. Niu Tianlang shouted in a deep and domineering voice. The Gemini meteor hammers once again pierced through the void and smashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Jiang Chen drew his sword. The 18th sword had already evolved into its embryonic form. However, he still couldn't defeat Niu Tianlang. Jiang Chen brandished his sword. It was like a thunderbolt. It was ferocious, both offensive and defensive. The gigantic hammers collided with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was struck by the hammers one after another. His body seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. Chapter 3398. Undeniably, Niu Tianlang's strength was much stronger than what Jiang Chen had imagined. Being able to become the great mansion lord of Tongxian Mansion, Niu Tianlang's strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he had been wandering around the world all these years. He must have gone through a lot of hardships. Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more difficult. The Gemini meteor hammers streaked across the sky, exerting heavy pressure on Jiang Chen. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Under the Soaring Dragon Technique, Jiang Chen fought fiercely against Niu Tianlang. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. Terrifying shadows of the warhammers filled the sky. The pressure coming from the depths of his soul made Jiang Chen extremely solemn. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. The ancient Soaring Dragon Technique had increased his strength to the great perfection of the early Divine Emperor realm. It was even infinitely close to the mid-Divine Emperor realm. Stubborn resistance. Niu Tianlang sneered. The giant hammer swept across the sky and smashed down fiercely. Divine Golden Bell, suppress him. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell with one hand and cast it out. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone brightly and clashed with Niu Tianlang's Gemini meteor hammers. This time, Jiang Chen was as steady as Mount Tai. The mightiness of the Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed. He was on par with Niu Tianlang and both of them retreated. Niu Tianlang was extremely shocked. Jiang Chen could actually fight against him with his divine weapon and treasure tool. To think that an early divine emperor could have such combat strength. No wonder he could sweep across the profound connection divine palace. This battle was very important to Niu Tianlang. He must kill Jiang Chen so that his two brothers could rest in peace in the underworld. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This guy was obviously much weaker than Shangguan Hongyan, but Jiang Chen didn't dare unleash the heavenly lightning fusion recklessly. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightning was extremely terrifying. Killing Niu Tianlang wouldn't be a problem, but Jiang Chen was afraid that Niu Tianlang might have other tricks up his sleeves, or that there might be someone else eyeing him covetously. If that happened, Jiang Chen would be defeated, or even put his life in danger. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't unleash the heavenly lightning fusion until the last moment. He wanted to kill Niu Tianlang in one strike. At this moment, Jiang Chen retreated step by step. After using the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen's strength was getting weaker and weaker. After all, the most powerful attack had pushed Niu Tianlang back. However, Niu Tianlang would definitely not let this matter go easily. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Forcefully increasing your strength. Let's see how long you can last. The corner of Niu Tianlang's mouth turned cold. Just now, Jiang Chen's attack had already increased his strength to the extreme. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Niu Tianlang to resist his shocking hammers. At least, you don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen sneered and kept retreating. His goal was to attract Niu Tianlang's attention and lure him out of the range of the formation in front of Tongxian Mansion. His 108 peak primordial divine tools were ready. With the heavenly dragon sword as a guide, at this moment, if Jiang Chen wanted to fight against Niu Tianlang, he could only use the Ashura sword formation. Let's see how long you can last. Humph. Niu Tianlang's hammer was stronger than the previous one. Jiang Chen kept dodging and using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps was shocking. He avoided Niu Tianlang's attack just to complete the Ashura sword formation. This time, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was not only the Heavenly Dragon Sword but also the Candle Dragon Sword. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Candle Dragon Sword as the core of the formation, the Ashura sword formation would only be more powerful. Jiang Chen pretended to be weak. His eyes flickered with cold light as he retreated step by step. In Niu Tianlang's eyes, Jiang Chen was already a defeated general. It was impossible for him to last too long. Therefore, he had to speed up and defeat him quickly. Jiang Chen's eyes kept changing. The Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. It lured Niu Tianlang into the formation that he had set. Flying swords of the peak primordial divine tool continuously shot out from Jiang Chen's hand. They turned into rays of cold light and rushed towards Niu Tianlang. Niu Tianlang did not care about it. His giant hammer smashed down again and again, tearing the sky. The starlight was dazzling and Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword let out a buzzing sound. Flames were overflowing. I'd like to see how many swords you have. Niu Tianlang did not care and was extremely arrogant. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Countless students of Tongxian Mansion were watching the scene in front of them. Their hearts were extremely shocked and they could not help but sigh. Is this our former senior brother? So powerful? He can actually compete with the Great Mansion Master. The Great Mansion Master is an expert of the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that he too? What do you think? Back then, even the second and third Mansion Masters died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He is an out-and-out executioner. Back then, many people were frightened and did not dare to compete with him. He should be considered as the most powerful genius disciple in the entire history of Tongxian Mansion. It's a pity that he is the opposite of Tongxian Mansion. He kills people like flies. He is simply like a devil. Although he's very strong and his talent is incomparably terrifying, he's still a step behind the Great Mansion Master. Look, he's on the verge of losing. He's about to be defeated by the Great Mansion Master. Jiang Chen's reputation spread throughout the entire Tongxian Mansion. Countless people admired him. Although the current Jiang Chen may not be able to defeat the great mansion master, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was a supreme existence. Moreover, he was the one who was closest to them. He was once a senior disciple and he was within their reach. I've talked to Jiang Chen before. He's already a divine emperor expert now. Time flies, Jiang Chen said with a frown. Someone said with a sigh, lamenting the passing of time. Jiang Chen had already become a powerful existence while they were still disciples of Tongxian Mansion. The gap between them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Everyone regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Although he was a traitor of Tongxian Mansion, he was also the strongest traitor. The strong had the right to speak. Now, he was able to challenge Tongxian Mansion. This was his capital. Jiang Chen, a divine emperor, could be regarded as a great crocodile even in the entire central province divine land. To them, Jiang Chen was a supreme existence. Although Jiang Chen seemed to be in a state of defeat, in fact, his Ashura sword formation had just been completed. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were as cold as ice. At this moment, he must injure Niu Tianlang severely or even kill him. Is that all you've got? Niu Tianlang said faintly. His attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Now you will know that my true strength is far more than this. Chapter 3399. While the two swords were moving, the flying swords crisscrossed and the terrifying sword chi made Niu Tianlang's eyes narrow gradually. Boy, you're quite capable to trap me with a formation. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. It's just a formation and you want to trap me. A mid-divine emperor realm expert. You must be dreaming. Niu Tianlang said disdainfully. He held the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it down as if it could smash a hole in the sky. His power was terrifying. You're wrong. I'm not trying to trap you. You're not qualified to do so. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen sneered and said. His eyes were cold. He had endured hardships and pretended to be weak. Finally, it was his turn to attack. Ashura sword formation. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The two swords combined. The righteous spirit of the heavenly dragon sword and the evil spirit of the candle dragon sword almost filled the entire Ashura sword formation. Even Jiang Chen did not expect it to be so terrifying. The sword momentum was incomparably fierce. Each of the sword chi could tear the void apart. It was either full of holy light or evil spirit. The 108 sword chi were completely different, but their power was not the same. The sword chi penetrated the entire Ashura sword formation. Niu Tianlang smashed it with his hammer and sent a dozen sword chi flying, but the remaining sword shadows penetrated his body. The countless sword shadows had already dazzled Niu Tianlang. Although the shadows of the giant hammers filled the sky, they could not stop the sword chi that shot from all directions. The sword chi was everywhere. Even if Niu Tianlang was extremely strong and powerful, he could not stop the power of the Shura sword formation. The holy light and evil spirit soared to the sky. The sword momentum changed and the chi dominated the universe. At that moment, Niu Tianlang's face was extremely pale. There was nowhere for him to hide. Sword shadows pierced through his body. His body was severely injured, and the Gemini meteor hammers were unable to fight back. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was a great offensive skill. It was too terrifying, and it was impossible to defend against it. Not to mention Niu Tianlang, even if it was Shangguan Hongyan, if he had enough time to use the Ashura sword formation, he would definitely be unable to move an inch. Unfortunately, Shangguan Hongyan would not give him such a chance. But at this moment, Niu Tianlang was completely dumbfounded. Even though he had stabilized his body and managed to block off a portion of the hammer shadows after being struck by the 10,000 swords, he was still severely injured. The sword chi was so strong that Niu Tianlang was at a loss as to what to do. The sword chi was extremely ferocious, and it was the Tao of limitless infinity that could shatter the stars. As the holy light spread out, the shadows of dragons could be seen, and the heavenly dragons roared. The two completely different sword chis interweaved, becoming even more powerful than before. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the Ashura sword formation would become even more powerful after the addition of the torch dragon sword. That scene almost made Niu Tianlang despair. Isn't this too terrifying? Look, the first mansion master is actually in such a sorry state in the hands of senior brother Jiang Chen. I really didn't expect this scene. It seems that the first mansion master is no longer a match for Jiang Chen. This battle is so fierce. Is the first mansion master going to lose? Is Tongxian mansion really going to be finished? Senior brother Jiang Chen is so terrifying. It makes people tremble. Everyone in Tongxian mansion was filled with shock. Jiang Chen's power was beyond their expectations. Although many people knew that Jiang Chen was the traitor of Tongxian mansion, their respect for Jiang Chen was still like a surging river, because he was the strongest person in Tongxian mansion since ancient times. He could even compete with the mansion master of Tongxian mansion. Who wouldn't want to become such a peerless expert? To them, the divine emperor realm was unattainable. Even Lin Yukong, who had cultivated for so long, was still unable to become a true divine emperor realm expert. The first and second mansion masters were only half-step divine emperor realm back then. At this moment, the name of Jiang Chen resounded through the sky, shaking the entire Tongxian mansion. If this goes on, the sword formation will kill me. Niu Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale, and his entire body was trembling. Jiang Chen was too terrifying. No wonder second brother and third brother were defeated by Jiang Chen, and even Niu Tianlang was almost defeated. At this moment, Niu Tianlang could even feel the aura of death if he did not have a good plan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's physical strength was almost depleted. After all, the Ashura sword formation consumed too much energy. Even he had his own limit. Brother Fan, save me. Niu Tianlang's heart-wrenching voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying qi descended from the sky, and with a peerless force, it struck Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen had already planned to withdraw the sword formation. At this moment, he swiftly withdrew his hand and withdrew the Ashura sword formation. However, he was still forced back by the terrifying qi, and his face turned ashen. Jiang Chen knew that his guess was right. If he had used the heavenly lightning fusion to kill Niu Tianlang right from the start, it might have been a trap, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. A man in red clothes descended from the sky. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were cold. His eyes were sharp, but he looked like a teenager. His face was immature and full of arrogance. Pft! Niu Tianlang vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He knelt on one knee and looked at the red-clothed young man with a bitter expression. The red-clothed young man glanced at Niu Tianlang and shook his head. Niu Tianlang, you've really disappointed me. Brother Fan, please forgive me. This guy is too strong. I'm not his match at all. Niu Tianlang let out a bitter laugh, feeling helpless. Hee, this is really interesting. Even you can't control the youngsters who came out of your academy. Interesting. The red-clothed young man's lips twitched as he sneered. All of a sudden, Niu Tianlang felt extremely awkward. He did not say another word, because he knew that with Brother Fan here, everything would be fine. This Jiang Chen is already at the end of his rope. With Brother Fan here, you can easily kill him. So you're Jiang Chen? It seems like you're stronger than I thought. The red-clothed young man said as he sized up Jiang Chen. You were the one who took my wife away, weren't you? The Tongxian mansion is just a cover. I'm afraid you didn't lure me here just to kill me. Jiang Chen stared at the red-clothed young man coldly. Even Niu Tianlang was so respectful to him. This guy's identity and strength must be something that even Niu Tianlang could not compare to. Not bad. You're smart. Killing you is not enough for me to waste so much effort. What I want is the myriad qi cauldron in your hand. If I'm not wrong, you're the successor of the craftsman god, right? The most powerful cauldron in the world is in your hand. Back then, we tried to take it from the craftsman god, but we failed. After millions of years, the myriad qi cauldron has finally reappeared. As the successor of the craftsman god, I'm afraid your appearance will definitely stir up a huge wave in the central region divine land. Chapter 3400. To them, the appearance of Jiang Chen was too important. Jiang Chen was the successor of the craftsman god. Just this news alone was enough to cause an incomparable storm in the central region divine land. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Even though he had hidden it very well, he was still discovered. The inheritance of the craftsman god. These 3 words were enough to set off a huge wave in the central region divine land. No matter where this guy got the news from, the paper could no longer hide the fire. The craftsman god's inheritance. This fellow is actually the successor of the craftsman god? At this moment, Even Niu Tianlong's face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, Fen Gudong did not tell him about this. Only at this moment did he know that Jiang Chen was the successor of the craftsman god. Fen Gudong did not speak. He continued to look at Jiang Chen. The craftsman god was an all-powerful figure in the Central Region Divine Land in the past. He was known as the #1 expert below Emperor Realm experts. His heroic appearance caused the heavens and earth to be moved, causing Emperor Realm experts to flock to him like a flock of ducks. After the Emperor Realm, it was impossible to find an expert that could be compared to the craftsman god. His elegance could be said to be an influential figure in the post-ancient era. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. Looks like his eyesight is not bad. The disciple he chose is actually this outstanding. It's a pity that he will die young. If you're given another 100 years, I really don't know to what extent you will grow. The craftsman god is indeed a dragon among men. Fen Gudong looked at Jiang Chen. The more he looked at him, the more delighted he became. Because the existence of Jiang Chen meant the existence of the myriad qi cauldron. His plan was finally going to succeed. Looks like you've been planning this for a long time. Even my wife is within your calculations. You've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, you should let me know who you are, right? Jiang Chen said as he looked at Fen Gudong with a fiery gaze. There's no harm in telling you. I am the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, Fen Gudong. Back then, my Ghost Pill sect had once offered 10,000 gold just to obtain the myriad qi cauldron, but we were thrown out of the 9 heavens by that old thing, the craftsman god, and even chased out of the Central Region Divine Land. Only after his death did my Ghost Pill sect reappear in the Central Region. That myriad qi cauldron is a true treasured cauldron for concocting pills, but it was actually used by that stubborn old man, the craftsman god, to refine weapons. It's simply a reckless waste of natural resources. Today, as the successor of the craftsman god, hand over the myriad qi cauldron to me. Perhaps, I will leave your corpse intact and bury it together with your wife. That would be the best I can do. Fen Gudong chuckled as he looked at Jiang Chen, as if he had already made arrangements for Jiang Chen's funeral. There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can kill me? Jiang Chen sneered. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Fen Gudong. At that moment, Fen Gudong did not act blindly without thinking, because he had witnessed the true power of Jiang Chen's Azura sword formation. Even if he was trapped in the sword formation, even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be torn off. This fellow's dreadfulness was truly frightening. However, right now, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and did not have any strength to fight against him. Why should he be afraid of him? You might be very confident, but blind confidence is equivalent to not knowing what's good for you. Today you will die without a doubt. Where did you get the ability to defy the heavens and change your fate? Do you think that my Ghost Pill sect is so easy to provoke? Fen Gudong said to Lung Lung. The young man's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Ghost Pill sect, What a good Ghost Pill sect. Then, do you recognize what this is? Jiang Chen extended his hand, and a sword order appeared in his hand. This was the sword order that sect master Jian Tang gave him when he left the sword drawing sect. Seeing the sword order was like seeing the sword master. The sword order of the sword drawing sect? Fen Gudong's expression changed, and his eyes slightly narrowed. Jiang Chen did not have any background, which was why he dared to be so unbridled and fearless. At this moment, Jiang Chen took out the sword order of the sword drawing sect, causing Fen Gudong's heart to tremble. You are the sword drawing sect's honorary sword master that has been spreading like wildfire? So what if I am? It seems that your Ghost Pill sect wants to fight against the sword drawing sect to the end? As a great sect of the Central Region Divine Land, if your Ghost Pill sect dares to touch me, it is equivalent to declaring war against the sword drawing sect. Do you really dare to do that? Jiang Chen said as he looked at Fen Gudong with disdain. Fen Gudong's expression darkened, and his eyes flickered. Brat, don't try to scare me. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. So what if you are the sword drawing sect's sword master? How would I know? If I kill you, there will be no proof. Who will know that I killed you? Even if the sword drawing sect wants to investigate, I am afraid that they won't be able to find the Ghost Pill sect, right? Fen Gudong said indifferently. At this moment, he was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be released. If he took a step back, it would be equivalent to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to fight to the end with Jiang Chen. Moreover, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so why should he be afraid of him? It was just a sword order of the sword-drawing sect's sword master. It was not like the sword-drawing sect's sect master had come personally. Moreover, his ghost pill sect might not be afraid of the sword-drawing sect. It was not the slaughter pagoda. So what was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed Jiang Chen without leaving a trace, who would know that he was the one who killed him? Killing people and robbing them, Fen Gudong had done it more than once. It seems that you want to fight to the end with the sword-drawing sect. This is not a good choice, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Is that so? However, Fen Gudong, like to do so. If we were evenly matched, I might be afraid of you. But now, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Once I kill you, everything will be over. The myriad chi cauldron will belong to me, and you will just turn into ashes. No one will know that you were once the sword-drawing sect's sword master. Fen Gudong said confidently. Jiang Chen was already severely injured, and it was difficult for him to turn the situation around. How could he release a tiger back into the mountains at this moment? The myriad chi cauldron that Fen Gudong had been yearning for was already in his hands. Once he completed his transformation and obtained the myriad chi cauldron, no one in the ghost pill sect would be his opponent. When he became the overlord of the ghost pill sect, he would lead the ghost pill sect to war. The first one he would attack would definitely be the sword-drawing sect. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. Without the sword-drawing sect, I, Jiang Chen, will still be able to stand proudly in this world. Who can stop me? Chapter 3401. Reckless Fool. If I, Fen Gudong, want you to die at midnight, you definitely won't live past midnight. Fen Gudong said proudly. He stood with his hands behind his back and slowly clenched his fists. In this battle, he would definitely make Jiang Chen die without a burial ground. He was determined to obtain the myriad chi cauldron. Make your move. Let me see how much weight you have. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Fen Gudong. The two of them were at each other's throats. This battle was already imminent. Fen Gudong threw out a punch that moved mountains and rivers. It directly hit the heavenly dragon sword, and Jiang Chen was forced to retreat with incomparable difficulty. Your strength has already suffered a great injury, and you still want to compete with me? This is simply a fool's dream. Even if you are in your peak condition, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Prepare to die. Fen Gudong's punches shattered the void, causing people to tremble in fear. His momentum was like a rainbow, and he was extremely powerful. Niu Tianlang, who was at the side, also sneered. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, can you resist the elder of the ghost pill sect? So what if you are the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Right now, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. This Tongxian mansion will be your burial ground. Fen Gudong's momentum was like a rainbow, and his punches were incomparably ferocious. One after another, the shadows of his punches overturned the earth and the sky, and almost messed up Jiang Chen's sword chi. Jiang Chen was already feeling extremely strained by retreating in order to advance. In this battle, it seemed that he would have to fight to the death. In Fen Gudong's hand, an incomparably gloomy sickle of death had already appeared at some point in time. The giant sickle was continuously waved and chopped down, causing Jiang Chen to have no choice but to use all his strength to block this attack. The sickle of death reaped up, and that kind of terrifying pressure almost made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move an inch. The sickle of death reaped the soul. A terrifying aura filled the void, and the soul pressure came crushing down. Fen Gudong's peak divine emperor realm soul had always been a method that he was proud of. This time, he would definitely kill in one strike. However, no matter how much Fen Gudong thought, he never expected that Jiang Chen's soul power was actually even more terrifying than his own. That terrifying soul power was like a tide that poured out from a nest, causing people's heart to tremble. At this moment, the sickle of death actually didn't have the slightest. Soul extinguish. Jiang Chen instantly unleashed a soul attack. The soul aura that covered the sky and earth filled the void. Not only did the attack of the sickle of death not gain the slightest advantage, but it also made Fen Gudong extremely difficult, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Being pursued by Jiang Chen's soul extinguish and soul extinguish, Fen Gudong was sent flying backwards. His complexion was pale, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. However, at the moment when Jiang Chen unleashed his soul attack, he also felt extremely uncomfortable. Because the difference between his soul power and Feng Gudong's soul power wasn't too big. However, the strength of an Emperor Realm's soul lay in that. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't hold back and directly injured Feng Gudong's soul. However, to injure the enemy, he also suffered some injuries. Jiang Chen still couldn't completely control the soul power of an Emperor Realm soul. Your soul power is actually so frightening. Feng Gudong's complexion was pale as he held his head. His complexion was ashen. He had almost been hit by Jiang Chen's soul attack. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's control over the Emperor Realm soul wasn't as smooth as a fish in water. Damned guy. A centipede dies but doesn't stop moving. I'll make you regret being born into this world. Feng Gudong furiously roared as he once again closed in. The sickle of death moved through the void with boundless strength. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as dragon roars rang out. However, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Feng Gudong. He was even forced to retreat. Although he had also received heavy injuries from Feng Gudong's soul extinguish and soul extinguish, it wasn't enough to kill him. After all, his strength was strong enough, and his soul power was strong enough as well. That was why he was able to survive the soul extinguish and soul extinguish. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. At this moment, sword rain after sword rain was unleashed. Jiang Chen's 18th sword finally had a trace of a perfect embryonic form. 18th sword. Flying swords crisscrossed with unparalleled momentum. Jiang Chen swung his sword and continuously clashed with Feng Gudong. The 18th sword's momentum was unrivaled as it gave Feng Gudong an incomparably huge pressure. That formless tyranny had already made Feng Gudong retreat. The moment the 18th sword was truly formed, Jiang Chen's limitless sword had already reached perfection. The sword moved according to the heart. Sword shadows and sword aura converged into a pair. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and there wasn't the slightest bit of stagnation. Compared to the 17th sword, its might was more than 10 times more ferocious. Battle sickle. Burning fury. A formless fiery figure filled the void, wanting to repel Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's sword aura was too ferocious. There wasn't the slightest bit of flaw. The fiery figure that filled the sky was chopped into ashes by Jiang Chen. Feng Gudong's face paled as he retreated once again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Jiang Chen stood with his sword in hand. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he still stared straight at Feng Gudong. Feng Gudong's state of mind was already incomparably heavy. This guy's methods had already made Feng Gudong incomparably heavy. It seemed like he already had no confidence in this battle. Feng Gudong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This sword-drawing sex swordmaster was truly terrifying. He definitely couldn't let him escape. Today's battle would definitely turn him into ashes. The myriad chi cauldron was something he had to obtain. Now, let's see what other methods you have. Jiang Chen approached Feng Gudong step by step. Feng Gudong's expression was ferocious. His entire body started to tremble. This Jiang Chen was truly not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he already had a plan. At this moment, although Jiang Chen had heavily injured him, he wasn't any better off. It's too early for you to be happy. Fellow elders, it's time for you to take action. Feng Gudong coldly harumphed. In an instant, 3 figures broke through the void and completely sealed Jiang Chen within. The strength of the 3 of them had all reached the complete initial Divine Emperor realm. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. His heart became heavy once again. For me, you've really schemed and planned every step carefully. Jiang Chen sneered. First, it was Niu Tianlang. Then, it was Feng Gudong. Now, there were 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect. If Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, he would have already been defeated in this battle. The 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect stood on his left and right, firmly trapping Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly. This group of people was truly despicable. They were simply forcing him into a dead end. You're worthless, but the myriad chi cauldron is too valuable. There are too many people in the central region Divine Land who want it. He, The one who strikes first gains the advantage. The one who strikes last suffers. It won't be long before the news of you possessing the myriad chi cauldrons spread throughout the central region divine land. Chapter 3402. This time, he had already shown his resourcefulness by luring Jiang Chen into the trap. Now that he had used all his tricks, even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape from his grasp. So, you want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? You want to kill me first, then take the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to face 3 early divine emperor realm experts. You can put it that way. Because in my eyes, you're worthless. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. But in order to get rid of my worries, you should die after getting the myriad chi cauldron. Disappear from the central region divine land, as if you've never appeared. Fen Gudong smiled as he planned. I'm afraid that you'll suffer a double loss. Why don't we make a deal? I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. But I don't want my woman to be tortured. We naturally have our own ways to solve our problems. I won't back down, but my woman is innocent. What do you think? At this moment, Jiang Chen moved his hand. 2 miserable soul energies appeared in his hand. They were the souls of the 2nd and 3rd mansion masters of Tongxian Mansion. 2nd brother. 3rd brother. Niu Tianlong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was pale as he shouted. Brother Fan, you must save them. Niu Tianlang was extremely emotional. He didn't expect that 2nd brother and 3rd brother were still alive. Big brother, save us. Save us. The 2nd palace master and the 3rd palace master cried out. At this moment, their soul powers were getting weaker and weaker. Fortunately, their souls were still intact. To Niu Tianlang, this was a ray of hope. Fen Gudong's expression changed as his expression turned gloomy. At this very moment, this fellow held 2 souls in his hands and wanted to threaten him. Fen Gudong could have completely ignored him, but Niu Tianlang had no choice but to do so. Niu Tianlang was once his life and death brother, so how could he abandon him? To Fen Gudong, Niu Tianlang could be considered as a huge bargaining chip. At the very least, after he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Niu Tianlang would definitely become a great help to him. If he were to completely break off relations with Niu Tianlang at this time, then he would not be able to borrow the strength of Tongxian Mansion. Therefore, Fen Gudong had no choice but to consider this. Brother Fen. Niu Tianlang continued to shout anxiously. Fen Gudong nodded and said, I can promise to release your woman, but you won't be so lucky. Good. Since I've said it, I won't go back on it. I'm not afraid of death, but you can't hurt my woman. Let her go and I, Jiang Chen, will never resist. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. All right, I believe you. Anyway, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Fen Gudong waved his hand at one of the Divine Emperor Realm experts. With a flicker of his eyes, that Divine Emperor Realm expert turned around and left. Not long after, he brought Wu Ningzhu back. At this moment, it was obvious that Yan Qingqing had failed. However, she had already appeared beside Jiang Chen. I can't find Sister Ning at all, Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She felt a little guilty in her heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of Wu Ningzhu made Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing excited. Sister Ning, Jiang Chen called out softly. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu's body trembled, and she woke up. Her beautiful eyes flickered with incomparable excitement, and tears couldn't help but flow out. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest thought. He just wanted to kill all of these people in one fell swoop. Little Chenzi. This call almost melted Jiang Chen's heart. Wu Ningzhu bit her red lips and silently looked at Jiang Chen. Ever since they parted, she had never seen Jiang Chen again. Now that they've met again, there were thousands of things that they wanted to talk about. Sister Ning, leave with Qingqing first. Leave the rest to me, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, he must not let his 2 women be in danger again. Wu Ningzhu ran towards Jiang Chen immediately. Yan Qingqing's eyes flickered with excitement when she saw this scene. However, she seemed to understand that the most important person in Sister Ning's eyes was Jiang Chen. Qingqing, long time no see. Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's eyes were also filled with excitement as she nodded her head heavily. I'm not leaving. If I leave, what about you? Wu Ningzhu insisted. Don't worry. I have my own ways to escape. Right now, I just want Qingqing to bring you away. Otherwise, with the two of you here, my hands and feet will be tied. Sister Ning, believe me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu with incomparable certainty and transmitted his voice. Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds before she finally nodded her head. Jiang Chen had never lied to her before. Therefore, she chose to believe in Jiang Chen. Even if she knew that this battle was a close shave for Jiang Chen, she must believe in her man. Your 2 palace lords, I'll return them to you. Jiang Chen kept to his words and released 2 streams of soul energy. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were sent away. Little Chanzi, you must be careful. Wu Ningzhu warned. We'll wait for you. Yan Qingqing's gaze was complicated as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally smiled and sent the 2 of them away. Now was the time for him to fight with his life on the line. Niu Tianlang kept the 2nd and 3rd Mansion Lord's soul energy that was lingering on their last breaths. But at this moment, he hated Jiang Chen even more. He wished he could chop Jiang Chen into 8 pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Now, what else do you have to say? Fen Gudong glanced at Niu Tianlang. Only by calming this guy down can his future plan be more stable. The myriad chi cauldron is in my hands. Come and take it if you have the ability. Jiang Chen held his blade and his eyes were sharp. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to fight this Fen Gudong to the end. He wanted Tongxian Mansion to be filled with blood. You don't know what's good for you. What else do you have? It's time to pay your debts. Fen Gudong snorted and waved his hand. 3 Great Perfection Early Divine Emperor Realm experts quickly approached Jiang Chen. The situation was critical and unstoppable. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He defended and attacked. The heavenly dragon sword swept out. The limitless sword shocked the birds and shook 1,000 mountains. Although Jiang Chen was suppressed, the 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts did not dare to take the risk. Jiang Chen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Facing 3 Great Perfection Early Divine Emperor Realm experts, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Reckless fella. If it wasn't for Niu Tianlang, I would have killed you and your wife. Chapter 3403. Fen Gudong looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. He wanted to obtain Niu Tianlang and Tongxian Mansion's help when he rises up in revolt in the future. Therefore, he must not fall out with Niu Tianlang. Although Tongxian Mansion was not considered as a big force in the Central Region Divine Land, with Niu Tianlang around, Tongxian Mansion still had some foundation. Therefore, Fen Gudong would naturally not offend Niu Tianlang. Currently, he urgently needed to accumulate his strength. Once he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, his strength would definitely soar in a short period of time. At that time, it would be the day of his rise. The 3 divine emperors were pressuring him step by step. Jiang Chen's situation was incomparably worrying. At this moment, it was already difficult for him to move forward. In the distant void, Yan Qingqing had already flown thousands of miles away with Wu Ningzhu. Say, do you think our husband will be all right? Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qingqing and said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned and her face turned red. She was even a little distressed and did not know how to tell Wu Ningzhu. Big sister. I forgot about him. Yan Qingqing said. Wu Ningzhu frowned and her beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at Yan Qingqing doubtfully and did not know what was going on. What do you mean? I don't know either, but I can only remember you and big sis Yan Chen Yu. As for the rest, I can't remember anything else. It seems like I'm suffering from a strange disease. Anyone who approaches me, I want to keep them at a distance of 1,000 miles. I can't even remember who Jiang Chen is. Yan Qingqing was incomparably solemn. Her beautiful face was filled with bitterness and worry. Even Wu Ningzhu could not believe it. She had even forgotten about Jiang Chen. However, she only remembered her and Yan Chen Yu. This was really shocking. However, why did she become like this? Wu Ningzhu could only sigh. After I was captured, it was Jiang Chen who saved me. But at that moment, I had forgotten everything. Yan Qingqing also revealed a helpless expression. She herself also didn't know what was going on. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen mentioning the 2 elder sisters, perhaps she wouldn't have believed him in the end. No matter what, I believe that little Chunzi will never give up on you. You've only lost part of your memory, not a completely different person. It's good that you still remember me and little you. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly and held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. You just have to remember that Jiang Chen is our eternal husband. Without him, I would lose the meaning of my existence. Yes. Yan Qingqing nodded her head slightly, but she couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Sister Ning was so deeply in love with Jiang Chen. Could it be that she was also like that? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's situation became more and more dangerous. Every step he took was messy, and he had fallen into an abyss of suffering. Fen Gudong's face even revealed a gratified smile, because it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen to be defeated. The blood on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder and colder. The battle is still far from over. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although he was heavily injured, he was still very confident. At this moment, Jiang Chen formed a seal with his palm and rotated it continuously. He struck out with his supreme Dao accumulation. Heavenly Dragon Seal. At that moment, the Heavenly Dragon Seal, which carried the supreme Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, instantly fell from the sky. It carried boundless majesty and covered the sky with its palm. 3 great perfection early divine emperors were annihilated in an instant. That seal could be said to be invincible. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The 3 divine emperors didn't even let out a single wail as they disappeared into thin air. The terror of the heavenly crushing seal caused Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang to be completely dumbfounded. This is simply too terrifying? What kind of technique is this? Under that seal, there was nowhere to hide. All gods and Buddhas were annihilated. At that instant, Fen Gudong's face was filled with shock. He was already scared to the extreme. That seal was something that he had never seen or heard of before. That seal had practically destroyed all of his confidence, which he had never felt before. Niu Tianlang's throat was dry. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape from that seal. What kind of background does this fella have? To be able to execute such a terrifying supreme seal? That unparalleled aura made one's scalp go numb. Under the execution of the Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, Jiang Chen's aura weakened once again. However, Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang were already scared out of their wits. Now, you know who the true overlord is. Jiang Chen said coldly. Fen Gudong's expression changed. It was filled with unwillingness and his expression became even uglier. You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have a wall-climbing ladder. Brat, the one who has the last laugh will be the final victor. You haven't won yet. Fen Gudong waved his hand. A scene that caused Jiang Chen's pupils to contract appeared in front of him. This time, at the entrance of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison, a figure that caused Jiang Chen's mind to be torn apart appeared. Red Lotus. You should recognize this woman, right? Even I can't imagine how terrifying the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison is. If she were to be pushed into the 18th level, the outcome would be something you can't imagine. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus can't withstand the karmic fire of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison. Ha ha ha. Fen Gudong's ferocious expression became extremely eerie. He laughed sinisterly and reached out his hand, wanting to toy with Jiang Chen. He didn't just have one backup plan. Wu Ningzhu, the 3 divine emperors, and finally, Red Lotus. It could be said that his schemes had finally caused Jiang Chen to be unable to hide. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron and I might let her live. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His face was dark and his veins were popping out. Don't come over, Jiang Chen. Leave now. Red Lotus yelled hysterically in the scene. Her beautiful eyes lost their luster and she was heavily injured. At this moment, her strength had been completely sealed, making it difficult for her to do anything. I won't let you bear this alone, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. A man should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Go, you will find your true love. Fen Gudong's brows danced as he said with a sinister smile. At this moment, he had already calculated everything. I'm sorry, but your woman is about to fall. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, no. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets as he madly charged into the Heaven Dragon Prison. At this moment, Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang didn't stop him, because this was his final plan. The hellfire should be able to burn him to ashes. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow, I will refine the Heaven Dragon prison. The Hellfire, after so many years, it's still exciting to think about it. Chapter 3404. Niu Tianlang felt a little helpless. However, the situation was worse than him. He needed to rely on Fen Gudong, the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, if he wanted to reach the peak step by step. Although he knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin, he had no choice but to give all the heavenly fire crystals that he had accumulated for thousands of years to Fen Gudong. That was because the heavenly fire crystals were the source of the hellfire. In the past thousands of years, he had almost used up 70 to 80% of the source of the hellfire. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to refine the hellfire. If one didn't take one step at a time, one wouldn't be able to travel 1,000 miles. Many a little makes a mickle. When the source of the hellfire was sucked dry, the hellfire would be the most painful. However, this was the only way to refine the hellfire. Once the hellfire was successfully refined and he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Fen Gudong was confident that he could even fight against an Emperor realm expert. Niu Tianlang was also unwilling in his heart. He had worked hard for thousands of years, but in the end, he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Furthermore, if he wanted to let his second and third brother recover their bodies, he would still need to rely on Fen Gudong. After all, the methods of the chief alchemist of the Ghost Dance sect were not something that he could compete with. Jiang Chen madly rushed towards the Heaven Dragon Pagoda. However, the moment he appeared, Red Lotus had already been pushed into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen instantly killed the two Hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen, farewell. Red Lotus smiled faintly. Her eyes seemed to be filled with regret, but she could not do anything. Wait for me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and jumped into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison without hesitation. No. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. However, Jiang Chen still jumped down without hesitation. The endless flames instantly devoured the two of them. The bottomless abyss made the two of them fall down rapidly. The distance between Red Lotus and Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer. At that moment, their hands were tightly held together. Why did you have to be so stupid? Hong Lian murmured. Her face was filled with bitterness, but she could not help but reveal the love in the depths of her heart. I have gone through fire and water for you. I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. Along the way, you have already become an indispensable part of my life. Jiang Chen gently said. Hong Lian could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The two of them embraced each other tightly. Although Hong Lian did not possess karmic fire, she still had her own feelings. However, she was not good at expressing them. If she liked someone, then she liked him. In the end, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Her tears poured out like a broken dam. Scene after scene appeared in Hong Lian's head. The two of them had stumbled along the way. They seemed to be extremely cold towards each other, but they had always been together through life and death. For her, Jiang Chen had jumped into the Heaven Dragon prison's 18 levels of purgatory. Red Lotus's heart had completely melted, but she knew that both of them were probably going to die. You're so stupid. I'm not the only woman in the world. How can you face them? Hong Lian sobbed, drenching Jiang Chen's clothes. But I can't live without you. Jiang Chen whispered. Hong Lian's heart trembled slightly. Even if she had to die, she was willing. Jiang Chen kissed her deeply on the forehead. At that moment, the two of them embraced each other tightly, as if they were cherishing their final moments together. Finally, the two of them fell into the bottomless abyss. Endless tongues of fire spewed with cold, evil flames, causing their expressions to change drastically. The space around them was filled with endless raging flames. Tongues of flames were like blazing fire dragons, wreaking havoc in the void from all directions, wrapping around the two of them. What terrifying flames! Jiang Chen shivered inside. At that moment, both Jiang Chen and Hong Lian held their ground and resisted the flames. The hellfire is even more terrifying than I imagined. Hong Lian whispered with a stern expression. She could already feel the intense heat in her heart. The fact that she could feel this way meant that the hellfire was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen and Hong Lian jumped into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, even the Zulong Tower became extremely hot. Although the Zulong Tower did not melt, the intense flames still forced them into a desperate situation. I won't be able to hold on if this continues, Hong Lian said. Hong Lian spoke in a deep voice. Although she did not possess the Red Lotus Hellfire, there was a great disparity between her flames and the Hellfire. Did you find your father? Jiang Chen asked. Hong Lian shook her head in disappointment. His presence has disappeared. I was ambushed by Fan Gudong and Niu Tianlang in the northern mountain range and was brought here. Hong Lian murmured. Her heart was filled with sorrow and sorrow. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and whispered, "What I said might seem absurd to you, and even I don't believe it. But I have to say, the Hellfire? Could it be your father?" Hong Lian shook her head without hesitation. "That's impossible. I can't feel any sense of intimacy from the Hellfire. It's impossible for it to be my father. Firstly, this is where you're looking for your father. Secondly, you possess the Hellfire of the Red Lotus. How many flames are stronger than you in this world? Furthermore, the ancestral Dragon Emperor told me that the Hellfire was a great ancient beast. He didn't say it clearly due to his identity. Coincidentally, the Hellfire is about to be devoured by Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang. The heavenly flame crystal that they have been accumulating for thousands of years is actually the source of the Hellfire. Could the danger you felt from your father be related to it? Although it's just a guess, I feel that the Hellfire might be related to you." Jiang Chen's words moved Hong Lian more, but she couldn't feel her father's presence. It wasn't him that she felt before. Hong Lian fell into a daze at that moment. She had no idea if it was her father. However, she couldn't feel anything. Furthermore, she and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Huff huff. Tongues of flames covered the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. The flames emitted a black radiance and burned. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned. Jiang Chen and Red Lotus's situation was getting worse and worse. Both of them were in the ancestral dragon pagoda, but the blazing heat almost made Jiang Chen collapse. Azure Lotus Starfire. Chapter 3405. As time passed, Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also gradually assimilated by the Hellfire. Jiang Chen and Hong Lian felt as if their souls were being burned. "We can't continue like this." Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. However, even the Hellfire of the Red Lotus could do nothing. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also assimilated by the Hellfire, and this was when the Hellfire didn't have a fire spirit. If a fire spirit had appeared to fight against Jiang Chen and Hong Lian, they would have been annihilated in an instant. "Are we really going to die?" Hong Lian looked at Jiang Chen silently and murmured. She wasn't afraid of death because she had Jiang Chen with her. However, she didn't even get to see her father, so she was rather unwilling. "As long as I'm here, I definitely won't let you die," Jiang Chen said sternly. However, the Zulong Tower had already become extremely hot. Even though they were in the Zulong Tower, their situation was becoming more and more difficult. This time, Jiang Chen put the Eastern Emperor Bell and the myriad Qi cauldron on him again. The terrifying Hellfire began to recede. At the very least, the two of them could no longer feel the crazy heat from before. However, as time passed, Jiang Chen could still feel the invisible Hellfire begin to devour them. Even the 3 layers of protection could not guarantee Jiang Chen and Hong Lian's safety. The Hellfire was born from the heart. Jiang Chen and Hong Lian's lips were filled with bitterness. They knew just how terrifying the Hellfire was. Even the 3 layers of protection could not withstand the attack of the Hellfire. Jiang Chen could already feel that he was on the brink of death. At that moment, the two of them were also helpless. They could only endure, stand and struggle. They swore that they would not give up on any hope of survival. However, the Hellfire was slowly destroying their will to live. Outside the Heaven Dragon prison, Fen Gudong, who had rested for a day, was finally ready to start refining the Hellfire. The billions of heavenly fire crystals have already taken up 70% to 80% of the Hellfire. Devouring it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Fen Gudong said proudly. "Brother Fen will definitely succeed," Niu Tianlang whispered. Fen Gudong silently glanced at Niu Tianlang, and indifferently said, "I know you might not be satisfied, but don't worry, I won't take the Hellfire for nothing. I'll help your brothers reconstruct their bodies. With my help, they'll definitely be able to live again. Don't worry, I won't take the Hellfire for nothing. Moreover, joining the Ghost Pill sect in the future is just the beginning. Once the Hellfire and the myriad Qi cauldron are in my hands, I won't put the entire central region divine land in my eyes. At that time, no matter if it's the martial pill hall or the Buddhist pagoda, I'll kill them without hesitation. Fan Gudong's words caused Niu Tianlong's body to tremble. He knew that Fan Gudong's ambition was to control the entire central region divine land. Even if he couldn't become unrivaled in the world, it wasn't a bad thing to be above tens of thousands of people. Tianlang thanks Brother Fan here. In the future, when Brother Fan rises in revolt, Tianlang will definitely follow by your side. I swear to be loyal to Brother Fan with my life. Niu Tianlong's face was filled with joy. When there's a gain, there's a loss. He believed that Fan Gudong would definitely not mistreat him, because Fan Gudong still needed his help to subdue the ghost pill sect. That's good. Fan Gudong nodded his head and slowly walked towards the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. His eyes flickered with incomparable coldness. The current Jiang Chen should have already turned into ashes. Under the hellfire, no one can hide. Even Emperor Realm experts can't escape. Under the hellfire, they'll probably lose a layer of skin. Fan Gudong sneered. Jiang Chen was simply courting death by going against him. Brother Fan is wise. Haha, that Jiang Chen should have already turned into ashes. As for the myriad chi cauldron, Niu Tianlang couldn't help but say, "Don't worry. The strength of the myriad chi cauldron is definitely beyond your imagination. Even Emperor Realm experts can't destroy it. Since ancient times, it's one of the 10 strongest divine weapons. How could it be so weak?" "Humph," Fan Gudong said. Niu Tianlang inhaled a mouthful of cold air and his face turned solemn. One of the 10 greatest divine weapons. This name was too frightening. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't destroy it. Just how powerful was that person? Niu Tianlang didn't know, but it was obvious that Fan Gudong knew the myriad chi cauldron like the back of his hand. "Protect me. I'm going to start devouring the hellfire. Nothing can go wrong," Fan Gudong said as he looked at the billions of heavenly fire crystals in his storage ring. All of them were hellfire origin. Once he devoured 70 to 80% of the hellfire origin, subduing the hellfire origin would be as easy as drinking water. Fan Gudong sat down cross-legged. The heavenly flames in his hand were unceasingly fusing together, unceasingly devouring them. The extremely berserk hellfire essence caused Fan Gudong to be incomparably solemn, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. After all, the terror of the hellfire essence was not to be underestimated. Fan Gudong was extremely clear that the heavenly fire crystal was an ownerless object, and it was completely unable to affect him in the slightest. Bit by bit, the heavenly fire crystal was continuously devoured and refined by Fan Gudong. In the end, the origin of the hellfire was also slowly absorbed into his body. Another day passed. Fan Gudong had finally absorbed all the hellfire origin into his body and refined it. At this moment, he could feel that his strength had become extremely powerful. With the boundless hellfire origin in his hand, he was even more confident in devouring the hellfire origin spirit. Although he had obtained 70 to 80% of the hellfire's origin energy, if he did not obtain the origin spirit, then everything would be for naught. Therefore, Fan Gudong had schemed and schemed to obtain the origin spirit. Once he obtained the origin spirit, he would be able to completely control the hellfire. If a god obstructed him, he would be able to kill a god. If a Buddha obstructed him, he would be able to kill a Buddha. Huff! Fan Gudong let out a long breath of turbid air. His expression was incomparably solemn, and the corner of his mouth curled into an undetectable smile. At this moment, the surging karmic flames in his body had already started to gush out. However, if he didn't obtain the source of the karmic flames, there would come a day when the karmic flames in his body would be exhausted. The spirit of the karmic flames would be able to provide him with an inexhaustible supply. Now, I want to see who can stop me. Ha ha. Chapter 3406. Fan Gudong hurriedly turned around and directly leapt into the 18 levels of purgatory. At that instant, he felt the terrifying and scorching tongues of fire spewing out unceasingly from his surroundings. Fan Gudong's expression was solemn as he struck out with his palm. Thunder rumbled and boundless flames surged. Standing within the flames, he wasn't affected in the slightest, and he even devoured the tongues of fire. Humph! You want to fight against me with just a few strands of fire? That's just a pipe dream. Fan Gudong furiously roared as he waved his sleeves, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding flames. He was like a flame giant that stood proudly in the sky. As he swept out, all the tongues of fire were forced back. Lowly human. You don't have the qualifications to devour me. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have designs on me? You're not the first, and you probably won't be the last. A cold roar resounded within the 18 purgatory. The voice was filled with a chill that came from the depths of one's soul and spread throughout the 18 purgatory. Is that so? I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape from me today. Your hellfire source has already been devoured by me. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? In terms of source energy, you're just a remnant of a fire spirit. Fengudong arrogantly looked at the sky as he swept his gaze across the endless tongues of fire. Within the fiery domain, 3,000 flaming figures spread out as if they were the sovereigns of the heavens. Do you really think that with your current hellfire source, you can devour me? Fengudong was extremely furious towards the hellfire. With his current strength, he didn't fear the hellfire at all. Because he controlled 70 to 80% of the hellfire, he didn't fear its attacks at all. If it wasn't for this formless formation restraining me, do you think that an ant like you would dare to fight against me in these hundreds of millions of years? It's like a fantasy. The deep and heavy voice of the hellfire echoed in Fengudong's ears. At that moment, Fengudong sneered without any fear. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Do you think that you were very strong back then? If you were strong back then, why would you be trapped here? If you were a peerless talent, why would you become someone else's prisoner? Trapped in the 18 levels of purgatory, no matter how bright you were in the past, you're just a fellow struggling at death's door now. Do you still want to become a true expert and soar above the 9 heavens? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. From today onwards, there will be no more hellfire. Your origin energy will be completely devoured by me. Fengudong laughed wildly. He was filled with confidence. With 70 to 80% of the karmic hellfire's origin energy, what did he have to be afraid of? Little rat. I'm the spirit of hellfire. Do you really think you can devour me just because you control 70 to 80% of my origin energy? Without my spirit of karmic fire, 70 to 80% of your essence would be nothing more than dead fire. The spirit of hellfire sneered. Even if the heavens and earth seal my 9 layers of reincarnation, it is still not something that you mortals can contend against. If you want to die, then come at me. Let me see where your so-called confidence comes from. Fengudong slightly narrowed his eyes. Looking at the tens of thousands of fiery shadows around him, he murmured, a centipede dies, but doesn't fall down. Today, I'll send you to the true Avicii hell. Fengudong formed a seal with both of his hands, causing origin flames to spurt out from within his body. They started to merge with the surrounding flames. As they converged, the formless devouring power started to crazily devour them, causing the surrounding karmic flames to retreat in fear of being devoured by Fengudong. Layers of illusionary shadows appeared on Fengudong's body, forming an incomparably huge crocodile. Its bloody mouth opened and closed, as if it wanted to devour all the surrounding karmic fire and use it for itself. Your way of thinking is a little too simple. The spirit of hellfire sneered, completely ignoring Fengudong's attack. With a sneer, a huge flaming dragon roared and coiled around Fengudong's giant crocodile. They entangled and resisted each other. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Hong Lian were completely exhausted. Hong Lian's face was extremely pale. She was on the verge of death in the Zulong Tower, while Jiang Chen's situation was a little better than hers. A bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the surrounding flames dim, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The karmic fire of hell was just too terrifying. With 3 layers of defense, Jiang Chen had to use everything he had in order to survive. Furthermore, he had to constantly pour divine origin energy into Hong Lian's body to completely stabilize the situation. You've poured all your divine origin energy into me. What are you going to do? Hong Lian said worriedly. Even though Jiang Chen's recovery abilities were extremely powerful, he still couldn't make ends meet. His current situation was rather difficult, and it was even a matter of life and death. However, as long as Jiang Chen still had a single breath left, he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to Hong Lian. It's fine. I can hold on, Jiang Chen said with a smile. But Red Lotus could clearly see the gloominess in his eyes. He was forcefully supporting his shaky body so that she wouldn't worry about him. That's why he was like this. Even if you die, you won't say a single word of discomfort. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled as she tightly hugged Jiang Chen. Only through life and death could one see one's true feelings. Jiang Chen's heart reignited Hong Lian's boundless desire for life. It was as if the sky would not collapse as long as he was there. Jiang Chen smiled, but he did not deny it. Fan Gudong has already entered the 18 levels of purgatory. All the hellfire origin energy has been mobilized to resist Fan Gudong, so our current situation should be much better. Jiang Chen said as he gazed through the Zulong Tower. Right now, a shocking dragon and a sky-devouring crocodile were completely entangled above their heads. The frenzied devouring made even Jiang Chen feel extremely shocked. The terrifying origin energy from the two of them actually made him feel threatened. The hellfire was truly terrifying. What should we do? Should we leave now? Hong Lian was a little hesitant. She was truly worried. If the hellfire really was her father, then it was very likely that the hellfire would be in deep trouble if she left. It might even be devoured by Fan Gudong. That Fan Gudong should have already gained control of the majority of the karmic flames of hell, which is why he dared to fight against them in the 18th level of purgatory. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to withstand the karmic flames of hell. If that Fan Gudong wasn't completely confident, he would definitely not take such a risk. Chapter 3407. Their previous thoughts were all guesses. They were unable to verify whether the hellfire was Red Lotus's father or not. But now, it seemed that the two of them who were outsiders had finally escaped from danger. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to leave. His thoughts were the same as Red Lotus's. Even if the hellfire wasn't formed from the origin energy of Red Lotus's father, he would definitely kill that bastard Fan Gudong before leaving. At this moment, Fan Gudong finally unleashed his full strength with the majority of the origin energy of the hellfire. Old fogey, believe me. You will die a very, very miserable death. You've endured for billions of years, but today, you will become my, Fan Gudong's, exclusive property. From today onwards, I will control the hellfire and dare to fight with you in the water. Ha! Fan Gudong's hands turned into huge chains as he opened his mouth. Strand after strand of the origin energy of the hellfire violently surged and was rapidly devoured by Fan Gudong. I've lived for countless years. How can I be controlled by a brat like you? Back then, even Heavenly King experts had to lower their heads before me. Who do you think you are? Even your ancestor would have to bow in front of me. The hellfire roared furiously. A huge dragon coiled and rose into the sky. Two incomparably huge figures continuously paced back and forth in the fiery purgatory as they struggled. Times have changed. Even if you've dominated the immemorial era, I'm the true ruler now. Fan Gudong was disdainful as he began to devour the origin energy of the hellfire even more ferociously. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, there was still no victor. Although Fan Gudong had obtained 70 to 80% of the karmic flame's origin energy, it was just as the karmic flame had said. Without the spirit of the karmic flame, it didn't matter how much origin energy he had. It was like a pool of stagnant water, and the spirit of the hellfire was the source of the spring. Half a month quietly passed as time flowed by. In the end, the two of them had managed to completely nullify the majority of the origin energy. In the end, Fan Gudong's skill was a level higher than Fan Gudong's, as he had occupied too much of the hellfire's origin energy. Therefore, he was able to take the initiative as the hellfire devoured the origin energy. Over the past tens of millions of years, the origin energy of the hellfire had already been refined into heavenly flames by the students of Tongxian Mansion. Their strength had been greatly depleted, and they were even suppressed by the formation of the primordial era. Let's see how you're going to fight against me now. Ha! Fan Gudong and the hellfire could be said to be fighting against each other. However, Fan Gudong had suffered a great loss in terms of origin energy. In the end, the hellfire was still a step behind, and gradually, the majority of his origin energy had already been devoured by Fan Gudong. Why am I still living? Because I have something in my heart. My child. I don't know where my child is. I can't accept this. Because of that battle, because of the so-called light, I hate my child. The hellfire murmured. At that moment, its figure gradually dimmed. Purify the ancient flourishing red lotus, my child. The voice of the hellfire reverberated in the sky. At that moment, Red Lotus felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Purify the ancient, flourishing red lotus. Was that his child? Was the hellfire of the Red Lotus really him? It's this call, it's this call. He really is my father, Jiang Chen. Red Lotus tightly grasped Jiang Chen's hand. Her eyes were blazing with indescribable passion. It was this call that forced her to leave Jiang Chen and travel thousands of miles to come here. It was a call that came from the depths of her heart. Although she had lost contact with her father for a period of time, she firmly believed that her father was still by her side. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Back then, Red Lotus had been summoned by her father's call. At this moment, the truth had finally been revealed. The hellfire before her was really her father. There's no time to lose. We can't let your father be devoured by Fan Gudong. You should be able to continue his life with your origin energy. Jiang Chen solemnly said as he looked at Red Lotus. Red Lotus was incomparably excited as she heavily nodded her head. Father, I'm coming. Red Lotus' call caused the hellfire to tremble. The gigantic flaming dragon trembled as it looked at the hellfire of the Red Lotus with confusion and excitement. Child, are you really my child? The proud dragon head of the hellfire flickered with a crystalline brilliance. It roared and struggled, trying to break free from Fan Gudong's restraints. However, it was to no avail. Father, I want to help you maintain your origin energy. Red Lotus solemnly said as she transferred her origin energy to the hellfire without any hesitation. Are you really my child? I've already forgotten. I've forgotten what you look like. I've even forgotten if you're still alive. The hellfire of the Red Lotus origin energy continued to flow into its body. At this moment, it completely understood that the fusion of origin energy and the gathering of bloodline energy meant that Red Lotus was really its child. My child, my child. The proud dragon head looked at Red Lotus lovingly at this moment. However, the corner of its mouth was filled with endless bitterness. They, father and daughter, actually met at the moment when their lives were about to end like this. Ha ha ha, what a good reunion between father and daughter. It's a pity that both of you have to die. In addition to the origin energy of the hellfire of the Red Lotus, I've gained quite a lot today. Fan Gudong's brows danced as his eyes flickered. This time, it was truly a pleasant surprise. This woman was actually the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Fan Gudong had never expected this. Although the hellfire of the Red Lotus was not as powerful as the hellfire of the hellfire, it was still extremely terrifying. However, the hellfire of the hellfire was simply too powerful. Father, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely not let anyone harm you. Red Lotus clenched her teeth as her face turned pale. Most of the origin energy in her body had been transferred to the hellfire of the hellfire. However, the terrifying absorption force was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Both of you will die. Neither of you will be able to escape from my palm. The hellfire of the hellfire and the hellfire of the Red Lotus will be used by me. The day I step into the Emperor realm will be the day I dominate the divine world. At that time, I'll make the entire heaven and earth bow down to my hellfire. Ha ha ha. Fan Gudong's eyes turned cold as his killing intent surged. These two hellfire of the hellfire were already his. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Chapter 3408. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The power of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning in his hands gradually fused together, causing the death lightning lotus to grow bigger and bigger in Fan Gudong's eyes. This is all heavenly lightning. You lunatic, you're still not dead? Fan Gudong furiously roared with an incomparably solemn expression. The death lightning lotus in Jiang Chen's hands had already turned into an extremely terrifying lotus, as if it could blossom at any moment. The moment it blossomed would be the moment of its explosion. Fan Gudong originally thought that Jiang Chen was already dead. The fact that he was still able to protect himself in the face of such terrifying hellfire showed that he definitely had many treasures on him. Even the myriad chi cauldron might not be able to help him hold on for so long. Brat, come at me if you want to die. Let me see how powerful a person like you, who's about to die, can be. Fan Gudong's eyes were like torches as he said in a deep voice. So what if he had fused his terrifying heavenly lightning? He had his own hellfire origin. At this moment, let's see if he could withstand it. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. So what if it's the hellfire? Do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of you? Today shall be the day of your death. Jiang Chen coldly smiled as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to kill Fun Gudong in a single strike. The fusion of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning would definitely be able to kill Fun Gudong. Who is he? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The Hellfire looked at Jiang Chen, then at Red Lotus in a daze. He's my master. He has my origin fire in his body. Perhaps that's why you feel a sense of familiarity from him. Red Lotus said. Is that so? Perhaps. The Hellfire looked at Jiang Chen and murmured. At this moment, Fun Gudong and Jiang Chen were entangled together. Jiang Chen showed no fear as the death lightning lotus in his hands poured out in torrents. Hellfire incineration. Giant crocodile devours the heavens. Fun Gudong didn't want to be outdone either. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. Flames were like dragons that swallowed the heavens and earth. The flaming giant furnace and the flaming giant alligator intertwined with each other, crashing towards Jiang Chen, trying to kill him. At the same time, the death lightning lotus suddenly blossomed with a dazzling 5-colored light. The lightning was colorful, it was extremely beautiful, and it shook the void. The lightning stirred the wind and clouds, and the sun, moon, and stars couldn't be seen. Lightning snakes filled the air, causing the air to ripple with lightning snakes. The feeling of flowing through the void caused people to not dare to look directly at it. Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. This attack was stronger than the one he used in the Bamboo Sea mountain range. This was because this was an attack that Jiang Chen used when he was at his peak. Lightning lingered around it, covering the 3,000 underworlds and traversing through the ancient times. The origin fire of the Hellfire was instantly devoured by the Death Thunder Lotus. The destructive feeling was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There wasn't even the slightest pause. It even caused Fun Gudong's face to turn deathly pale as he retreated in defeat. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The lightning dragon devoured the giant alligator and wreaked havoc in the 18 Purgatory. Fun Gudong never thought that Jiang Chen's strength would be so terrifying. That attack had completely shattered his belief. Under that attack, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Even if he used up all the hellfire in his body, it would still be difficult for him to fight against Jiang Chen. That was because there was a limit to his origin energy. Furthermore, a large portion of it had been cancelled out by the hellfire. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be Jiang Chen's opponent at this moment. The hellfire's origin energy was exhausted. Fun Gudong's strength instantly faded away and he returned to his original state. Why? I hate you. You bastard. If it wasn't for you, I would have already devoured the hellfire. I hate you. Fun Gudong kept struggling and roaring furiously. His face was pale and the divine light in his eyes was fading away, because he knew that his remaining source of hellfire was about to disappear. At that time, Jiang Chen wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be completely devoured by the hellfire of the 18 levels of purgatory. You don't have the qualifications to possess the hellfire. You're just dreaming. Do you really think that you're invincible with just a mere ghost pill sect? Jiang Chen coldly laughed. At this moment, the remaining hellfire's origin energy in Fun Gudong's body had completely disappeared. His roaring figure also disappeared from the 18 purgatory. He was completely burnt by the hellfire and turned into ashes. He's finally dead. Hong Lian let out a long sigh of relief. However, when she turned around, the fiery dragon formed by the hellfire slowly dissipated at that moment. This is just an illusion that I've created. I'm trapped even deeper underground. No one can save me. Child. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, once you activate this formation from the primordial era, you won't be able to escape your fate either. The fiery dragon raised its head as its eyes sparkled. Jiang Chen's expression also changed slightly. Tears also flickered in Hong Lian's eyes. No, father, don't. Hong Lian extended her hand, but the image of the fiery dragon had already dissipated. Brat, take good care of my child, take good care of him. Don't come and save me, please don't. The moment the hellfire's voice disappeared, Hong Lian completely collapsed. Her soul was devoured and her eyes were lifeless. Hong Lian. Jiang Chen supported Hong Lian, but his heart skipped a beat. The hellfire should have been sealed here by the primordial powerhouses and couldn't leave. Even he couldn't see anything wrong with the primordial formation here. Your father shouldn't be dead. He's just sealed here. Let's think of a way to save him. Jiang Chen knew that at this moment, his father had once again returned to the place where he was sealed underground. If he wasn't sealed, he wouldn't have been bullied by dogs. His father must have been a peerless figure in the past. How could he have been controlled by Fun Gudong? Jiang Chen was shocked. However, things had changed. The primordial formation still existed, and it could even trap the hellfire. Jiang Chen knew that it was almost impossible for them to save her father with their strength. I know you're very sad. You've only just reunited with your daughter, yet you're separated once again. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you save your father. Jiang Chen held Hong Lian's hand tightly. Hong Lian's eyes became hazy with tears. She directly threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace and cried. Jiang Chen, do you think I'll be able to see my father again? Hong Lian asked softly. Her heart was filled with pain and sorrow. You will. I promise you. You definitely will. Chapter 3409. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to see Red Lotus crying so sadly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman. Perhaps, she was no longer as strong as she used to be. Let me try. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment, Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the 18th sword. He exerted all of his swordsmanship to break the formation of the 18th level of purgatory hell. However, he failed in the end. Jiang Chen did not give up. Bolts of heavenly lightning rained down on the 18th level of purgatory, but it did not affect the formation at all. For bolts of heavenly lightning continued to strike, but the formation was not affected at all. In the end, Jiang Chen held the bronze throne and smashed it down fiercely. However, it was still useless. This time, the ancestral dragon emperor who was in the Zulong Tower could not bear to watch anymore. Give up. Without the strength of a heavenly king, it's impossible to break this formation. Even if you have multiple divine weapons, even if you're talented, it's still impossible. Because the formation is... Forget it, just give up. The hellfire was a terrifying existence even in the immemorial era. There's a reason why it's suppressed here. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Senior ancestral dragon emperor, do you know something? Red Lotus quickly asked as if she had found a life-saving straw. I don't know much and it's just some small figures. It's hard for me to get in touch with the big figures. So it's better if you don't know anything. I was only an expert in the immemorial era back then. The ancestral dragon emperor said softly and entered the Zulong Tower, disappearing again. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This ancestral dragon emperor really knows how to keep people in suspense. However, Jiang Chen guessed that he might not be able to do anything. Otherwise, the ancestral dragon emperor would not leave them to die. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor seemed to be very secretive about the formation and was not willing to talk about it. Let's go first. We'll come back here one day. Jiang Chen said softly. Red Lotus silently stared at the 18 levels of purgatory where the hellfire was rising. She was in a daze, but eventually nodded and left with Jiang Chen. At this moment, outside of the Heaven Dragon prison, Niu Tianlang and the 3 early divine emperors were waiting respectfully. They were even filled with anticipation. As long as Fan Gudong appeared, he would definitely devour the karmic flames of hell. At that time, they would be able to use Fan Gudong's methods to soar. This was their fortune, and also their opportunity. Everyone in the future, all of you must put in a good word for me in front of Brother Fan. Ha! Niu Tianlang said with a smile. After all, compared to the 3 direct subordinates of Fan Gudong from the Ghost Pill sect, Niu Tianlang's presence was definitely weaker. Although the 3 of them were weaker than him, they were from the same sect as Fan Gudong. This kind of friendship was something that Niu Tianlang was unable to compare to. Well said, well said. Great Hallmaster is too serious. In the future, we will all serve Elder Fan, so we should be in the same boat. The 3 elders of the Ghost Pill sect also nodded with a smile. At this moment, there was finally a slight movement in the 18 layers of purgatory. It's Brother Fan. Brother Fan should be out by now, right? Niu Tianlang's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became even more radiant. But just as Niu Tianlang was feeling excited, an unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 18 levels of purgatory. At this moment, the 4 of them were not prepared at all, and all of them were heavily injured. What's going on? That's impossible. When Niu Tianlang and the others saw Jiang Chen and Hong Lian standing at the entrance of the 18 layers of purgatory, their faces became extremely ugly. They were pale and bloodless as fear and shock involuntarily rose in their hearts. Why were you? How are you still alive? Jiang Chen. Niu Tianlang looked at Jiang Chen in shock and doubt as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Why can't I be alive? He wanted to kill me, but that Fen Gudong went to the 18 layers of purgatory first. Who can he blame for that? Jiang Chen smiled. The four of them were already arrows at the end of their flight. Caught off guard, they were heavily injured by his sword and no longer had any fighting strength left. They originally thought that the person who walked out of the 18 layers of purgatory would be Fen Gudong, but they never thought that it would be Jiang Chen. The four of them were all dumbfounded. They looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. With Fen Gudong's death, they seemed to have lost their backbone and immediately became scattered soldiers. Jiang Chen took a step forward. Niu Tianlang said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Don't you know what I'm trying to do? If I let you live, you will definitely become a huge problem in the future. Tell me, should I not kill you? Jiang Chen smiled. This is a sneak attack. You will be struck by lightning for such a despicable act. Niu Tianlang said angrily. The fear in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill us, you will definitely not have a good death. You will definitely be hunted down by the Ghost Pill sect. An elder of the Ghost Pill sect said fiercely. What? Say it again? Did I not hear you clearly? How can you be so shameless as to say such things? If I don't kill you, I'll be pursued endlessly. If I kill you, no one will know. Why didn't you think that you would be pursued by the sword-drawing sect when you wanted to kill me back then? Now you're warning me? Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots. Jiang Chen sneered. He even felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to talk to this group of people. I hope that you will be a good person in your next life. No, you won't have a next life. All of you will be destroyed. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword. Instantly, Niu Tianlang and the other three's faces turned extremely pale. He raised his sword and the heavenly dragon sword was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky. The four of them were completely killed by Jiang Chen. Their souls were also completely devoured by the great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. Because if he left these people alive, it would be difficult for him to move forward. At this moment, Tongxian Mansion had completely fallen. These few people from the Ghost Pill sect were also killed by Jiang Chen quietly. Only by killing them could he eliminate future troubles. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife through butter. He stood proudly on top of Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Jiang Chen. Countless mentors and students looked at Jiang Chen in fear. Lin Yukong's face was pale. Jiang Chen's pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Lin Yukong smiled bitterly. He knew that the great mansion master was dead. Today, Tongxian Mansion would only exist in name. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill them, there would be no hindrance at all. Chapter 34:10. From today onwards, you will be the second mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. Lin Yukong, are you willing? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yukong and said with a smile. Me? Lin Yukong looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't he going to kill me? Lin Yukong was extremely shocked and speechless. As the former mansion master subordinate, how could Jiang Chen let him stay? This was simply a fantasy story. But in fact, Jiang Chen didn't care so much. He didn't have to kill all of them since he had no grudges with them. Tongxian Mansion also carried his memories. Now that he had reached the Divine Emperor realm, it was time for him to have his own force. This Tongxian Mansion was just what he wanted. So you won't kill me? Lin Yukong took a deep breath. Who would want to be reincarnated forever if he could survive? Jiang Chen's decision to not kill him had allowed him to regain his confidence. You didn't really set me up. Why should I kill you? From now on, Tongxian Mansion will continue as before. However, your new mansion master will be me, Jiang Chen. Who agrees? Who objects? Jiang Chen stood proudly. A Divine Emperor realm expert was full of temptation and excitement for the students. Their former senior brother had become the mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. It was good news for Jiang Chen and all the students. Senior brother Jiang Chen has become our mansion master. Ha ha, awesome. Yeah, we'll be blessed in the future. I heard that senior brother Jiang Chen is very kind. He wouldn't have rebelled if the second mansion master and the third mansion master didn't force him to do so. Now it seems that senior brother Jiang Chen has successfully rebelled. Don't talk nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth. I didn't say anything bad about senior brother Jiang Chen. I'm just stating the facts. Now, he should be called Mansion Master Jiang. Countless students cheered at this moment, celebrating the birth of the new prefecture master. Lin Yukong looked at the high and mighty Jiang Chen and sighed. He knew that he would never be able to reach Jiang Chen's strength in his entire life. In this era where talented people appeared in every generation, he was the epitome of the era and the representative of geniuses. Lin Yukong is willing to sacrifice his life for Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong bowed towards Jiang Chen. A wise man submits to circumstances. Moreover, he wasn't on the same side as the first manor head and the others. Lin Yukong's goal was to teach more students. He wasn't wrong. The only ones who were at fault were the three manor heads with ulterior motives. There's one more thing. From now on, the Heaven Dragon prison will be sealed forever, and no one is allowed to enter it. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. Jiang Chen said solemnly. If the Heaven Dragon prison wasn't sealed, the heavenly fire crystal would be controlled by more people in the future. That was the origin energy of Red Lotus Father. Even though it was insignificant, Jiang Chen didn't want to see it again. There's still hope for your strength to improve. I'll concoct pills for the tens of thousands of disciples in Tongxian Mansion. Everyone will have a share. Jiang Chen said. In an instant, the entire Tongxian Mansion burst into cheers again. To them, the change of dynasty wasn't important. What was important was that they could improve their strength and have a stronger mansion lord. Yes, Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong said. The new generation would replace the old. To him, everything was just the beginning. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked back. It's time for me to go back to the Qilian boundary and Linhe boundary. I'll bring Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu to see my father. His father had suffered all these years. Jiang Chen had been wandering outside. He didn't have the time to accompany his father. After instructing Lin Yukong, Jiang Chen immediately chased after them. He guessed that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing couldn't have gone too far. Jiang Chen's soul energy was constantly spreading out. At this moment, he could clearly sense the existence of the two silhouettes a few thousand li away. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was incomparable to the soul of an ordinary Divine Emperor expert. Madams, I'm here. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. Wu Ningzhu suddenly turned around. Both of them were in a hidden cave. Wu Ningzhu immediately ran into Jiang Chen's embrace without thinking. However, at this moment, Yan Qingqing's lips twitched slightly. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. Who's your wife? Yan Qingqing said coldly. However, she felt a little upset in her heart. These days, Wu Ningzhu had told her a lot about their past. However, Yan Qingqing had lost her memory. She still wanted to get over the hurdle in her heart. I'm not your wife. Jiang Chen was defeated. Wu Ningzhu smiled through her tears. She broke away from Jiang Chen's embrace and blushed. She had completely forgotten about Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing had completely forgotten about her husband. This gave Wu Ningzhu a headache. Did you kill all of them? Wu Ningzhu said worriedly. Even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could they resist the wisdom of your little Chenzi? Sister Ning, am I right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu rolled her eyes, but her heart was filled with sweetness. You only know how to talk nonsense, Wu Ningzhu said with a frown. Nauseating. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I'm going back to Linhe boundary. My father is there. I haven't been there for a long time. I'm sure he will be happy to see you. Jiang Chen said. Really? Great. I miss him too. It's a pity that Xiao Yu isn't here. Wu Ningzhu was a little sad. She missed Yan Chenyu very much. So did Jiang Chen. However, Yan Chenyu's whereabouts were unknown at this moment. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. But now, Jiang Chen wanted to go back to Linhe boundary to take a good look at his father. After all, he would be going to the Dragon Clan in the near future. At that time, it would be a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen did not know when he would be able to see his father again after going back to the Middle Region Divine Land. When the 3 of them returned to Tongxian Mansion, Honglian shook her head and said to Jiang Chen, I want to stay here and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. I want to stay and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. You don't need me now. You have the origin flame of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Let me stay here, okay? Jiang Chen. Looking at Red Lotus's sorrowful face, Jiang Chen could not bear to forcefully take her away. At that moment, Jiang Chen knew that she was doing this to fulfill her filial duty and to wait for her father's rebirth. Jiang Chen was speechless. He couldn't deny Honglian's filial piety. Wait for me. One day, I will definitely break through this restrictive formation. Chapter 34:11. Qilian Boundary. Lingju City. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man with a stern expression frowned slightly. His face was gloomy and his mouth was filled with bitterness. The middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the main hall. The guards of the city lord's mansion kept quiet out of fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past 3 days, more than 10 sects in Linha Boundary had been attacked, but there was no trace of it. They were killed without spilling blood. Not good, City Lord. 3 sects in Linha Boundary have been attacked. The situation is critical now. We don't know what kind of monster is behind this. There is no trace of it at all. The deputy commander of the City Lord's mansion reported with a gloomy face. This was the 17th message in 3 days. Even he felt that the Linha Boundary was in danger. The City Lord's face was getting more and more unsightly. I know. You can leave now. Zi Qingtian's expression changed and said coldly. He sighed. It was difficult for him to make a decision. This might be a great catastrophe. It wasn't that easy for the Qilian 9 boundaries to survive this calamity. In the void, a purple figure slowly appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. The young woman's face was red and her eyes were firm. She looked at Zi Qingtian and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Qingtian, don't forget about your promise with Jiang Chen. With my understanding of him, if you don't take any action, you'll be implicated. Now that the profound Feng sect is in danger, the situation in Linha Boundary is much more serious than what we have imagined. Even if we don't know who's behind this, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Qingtian, don't forget about the agreement between you and Jiang Chen. The lady's lips moved slightly and her eyes shone with radiance. Zi Qingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ah Qian, do you think I don't want to go? On the first day of the incident in Linha Boundary, I went there once. But I found out that there was an extremely powerful expert behind all of this. It seemed like we couldn't resist him at all. Right now, the crisis is only limited to the Linha Boundary. If I were to take action forcefully, it might cause the entire Qilian boundary to be implicated. I'm not being selfish. Even though I didn't see the other party's men, I'm still shocked by their strength. How can I not know Jiang Chen's means? I already knew that he's not an ordinary person. I wonder if he managed to escape from the profound connection Divine Palace's pursuit. If I take action, the whole Qilian boundary and you will be implicated. Moreover, you are pregnant now. How can I not worry? Zi Qingtian looked at the lady gently. That lady was Qian Renji. She was Qian Renji's mentor when they were in Tongxian Mansion. Qian Renji's countenance slightly changed. She pondered for a while and continued, I still think you should go there. The profound Feng sect is in a precarious situation and Jiang Chen had entrusted the entire sect to you. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside and do nothing now. I know that you're worried about me, our child and the people of the Qilian boundary. But I owe Jiang Chen a debt of life and death to Jiang Chen and Zi Shi. We're friends who have gone through thick and thin together. It's inexcusable for you to stand aside at this moment. Jiang Chen said. Qian Renji was helpless. She was pregnant now. Otherwise, she would have gone to the Linha boundary alone to protect the profound Feng sect. She would never be able to repay profound Feng sect's kindness for the rest of her life. He was alone and fearless, but Zi Qingtian was different. He was the reverend of the 9 boundaries. He was the supreme of the Qilian Empire. If he were to take action now, it would bring an unimaginable disaster to the 9 boundaries. Zi Qingtian did not take action because of his scruples. However, he was paying close attention to the situation in Linha boundary. His heart was restless after all. As a high position, the reverend of the 9 boundaries could not be without a leader. Zi Qingtian had too many things that he could not let go of. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of letting down the people and all the sects in the Qilian boundary. He was afraid of becoming a sinner. Back then, the first thing he did was to go to the sect that suffered the disaster to investigate. However, the result was nothing. Furthermore, he felt that the expert was far more terrifying than him. Furthermore, it wasn't just one person. This was incomparably shocking. These people could have attacked without any hesitation, but they hid in the dark. This showed how terrifying they were. It would only cause people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names. If you don't do anything, what if Jiang Chen comes back? How are you going to explain it to him? He had personally handed the profound Feng sect to you, Qing Tian. Qian Renji said anxiously. She used to be a mentor of the Profound Connection Divine Palace and she was not a fool. It was not wrong for Zi Qing Tian to put the overall situation first. However, he should not have chosen to remain silent. This was the most puzzling thing. If Qian Renji did not have the 6 Armor Divine Palace, she would have already attacked. The Linhe boundary was in a precarious situation. Profound Feng sect would not be able to escape from the misfortune. However, Zi Qing Tian was still waiting in silence. This made Qian Renji very anxious. However, she was already someone else's wife. When she left the Profound Connection Divine Palace, she had already decided to be an ordinary person. She wanted to be with him forever and follow his every whim. Zi Qing Tian frowned. At this moment, he felt troubled. He sighed and said, "Let me be alone and think about it. I understand what you're saying. However, I still need to put the overall situation first." Qian Renji did not say anything more and left. Zi Qing Tian stood under the moonlight alone. He did not sleep for the whole night. On the 4th morning, the bad news of the Linhe boundary came. Zi Qing Tian's face was full of worry. He had no choice but to go. There was a reason for him to go. He had a good relationship with Jiang Chen and he had an agreement with him. However, if he went and brought the disaster to the Qilian boundary, the consequences would be unimaginable. This unknown crisis had almost changed the Linhe boundary. It was getting more and more worrying. Profound Feng sect was swaying in the wind. No one knew when it would get out of the danger. Perhaps, it would become a place that was blown by the crisis and be destroyed. Zi Qing Tian would not go. For the people of the Qilian boundary and the people of the 9 boundaries, he was responsible. However, he had betrayed Jiang Chen and betrayed his trust. He was in a dilemma. It was even harder to make a choice. Zi Qing Tian's heart was in a dilemma. However, his identity had decided what he should do in order to have a clear conscience and a clear conscience for his people. The Lord of the 9 boundaries should put the overall situation first. Chapter 34:12. Linhe Boundary. Profound Feng Sect. A green-clothed middle-aged man stood proudly on the peak of a mountain. His heart was filled with worries as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Xian Qingming's expression was solemn. The Profound Feng Sect was in a precarious situation. The surrounding sects had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of their orthodoxies were annihilated. No one knew when the calamity would come to them. The Profound Feng Sect might not be able to escape from it. More and more sects were facing the threat of death. No one knew when they would be able to see the light of day again. Everyone in the Linhe boundary was in danger. They did not know when the calamity would come to them. Many of them had started to look for a way to survive. Because they did not know when the calamity would come to them. It would only take away more and more lives. The Profound Feng Sect was in the center of the calamity. More and more people in the sect started to panic. Some of them were prepared to leave the sect. The Profound Feng Sect was the most dangerous place in the entire Linhe boundary. Many people wanted to leave the sect to avoid the calamity. Xian Qingming looked at the scenery of the Profound Feng Sect and couldn't help but sigh. With his strength, how could he fight against this disaster that came from nowhere? Even the sects that were more powerful than them had disappeared without leaving any trace. If this goes on, it would only become more difficult for him. He might be annihilated at any time. It was not impossible for the entire sect to be annihilated. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold. The Profound Feng Sect could be considered as one of the top sects in the entire Linhe boundary. His strength had already reached the peak Divine King realm. Such strength could be said to be unrivaled in the entire Linhe boundary. However, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries did not care about him. Xian Qingming sighed in his heart. Perhaps even the reverends of the 9 boundaries were shocked by his strength. Brother Xian, you've been here for 3 days. I can see that you're deep in thought. I don't know when this crisis will be over. I don't know why the mysterious expert is so ruthless towards the Linha boundary. A deep voice sounded in Xian Qingming's ears. It was Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Zhenhai's expression was solemn. He knew that the current situation was very difficult. The profound Feng sect was in deep trouble. They did not know who would be the next one to suffer in the Linha boundary, and what kind of tricks they would use. I don't know if our profound Feng sect can survive this. Linha boundary is in danger. Xian Qingming sighed with a bitter smile. As the sect lord, the survival of profound Feng sect was what he was most worried about. The heavens had given him a great responsibility. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning with passion. What's there to be afraid even if he's going to be cut into pieces? Now, we can only hope that this disaster will pass us. This mysterious expert's actions are very mysterious. However, not all the sects will be killed. Don't worry, Sect Lord Xian. The profound Feng sect is my home now. I will protect it with my life. Our profound Feng sect will not be bullied by anyone. Ha ha! Zhang Zhenhai said with a laugh. Xian Qingming valued his righteousness. Just like his son, Jiang Chen. Both of them were calm people. They were not people who would curry favor with those in power. Zhang Zhenhai could still smile calmly even when facing such a difficult situation. It was really admirable. However, one should not think about politics when one is not in a position. If he was in his position, perhaps things would not be so simple. However, the current Zhang Zhenhai was much stronger than him. He had already reached the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's heaven-seizing fortune pill was really powerful. This made Xian Qingming sigh. Having such a good son was really not enough. Currently, Zhang Zhenhai's strength was the strongest in the entire profound Feng sect. He had already become a supreme elder. However, Zhang Zhenhai did not put on any airs. While he was traveling with his lover, he had already reached the hierarch realm. Xian Qingming knew that Zhang Zhenhai's strength was incomparable. Xian Qingming murmured in his heart. If Jiang Chen was here, the current situation wouldn't be as bad as it is right now. Everyone was in a state of panic, causing everyone to feel a sense of sorrow. Don't be afraid of being crushed into pieces. Leave your innocence in this world. Xian Qingming said in a serious tone. He would never lower his head. If this war really happened to the profound Feng sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. Death could be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. He did not want to leave his name in history, but he wanted to have a clear conscience. A storm was brewing. The burden on Xian Qingming's shoulders was getting heavier. Reporting to Sect Lord, Senior Yang Jian has returned. One of Xian Qingming's personal disciples said with a smile. Let's go. We'll talk in the main hall. Xian Qingming was happy and slightly nodded. No need. Master, I'm here. A blue figure arrived as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light as the wind howled. The blue-clothed man's temperament was unparalleled. His eyes were shining with a domineering aura. The current Yang Jian had already reached the half-step hierarch realm. He was not any weaker than Xian Qingming. Good disciple. Ha! Good disciple. Xian Qingming said happily. The current Yang Jian had already surpassed him and was even stronger than him. This made Xian Qingming very happy. This was the best thing that could happen to the profound Feng sect. It was worth celebrating for the whole sect. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Zhang Zhenhai nodded and said. His eyes became gentler when he saw Yang Jian. He even missed his son, Jiang Chen. He did not know where Jiang Chen was and whether Jiang Chen knew how to treat others. His heart was filled with longing. Zhang Zhenhai was both a father and a mother. Elder Jiang. Yang Jian slightly nodded and said with a bow. It's true that the younger generation surpasses the older one, each stronger than the previous one. Ha! I'm very happy. Very happy. Xian Qingming heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the sect was in danger, he was happy to have Yang Jian's disciple back. Yang Jian's strength had surpassed him. It was his pride and glory to be a disciple of profound Feng sect. Master taught me well. Yang Jian will never forget it. I heard that the Linha boundary is in danger and profound Feng sect is in danger. Yang Jian did not dare to be negligent and traveled day and night to protect profound Feng sect. Chapter 34:13. Shen Qingming was even happier. Yang Jian was not afraid of death and came back with a strong aura, leading the sect to glory and even fighting against the enemies together. This made Shen Qingming even happier. Yang Jian's return would definitely cause the entire Profound Feng sect to cheer. Those low-ranked disciples would definitely be excited when they knew that senior brother Yang Jian had come back with a strong aura, leading a wave of disciples. Good boy, please get up. I'm very happy that you have this intention. Shen Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Yang Jian's return as a half-step hierarch had greatly boosted the morale of the Profound Feng sect. Sect Lord, senior brother Man Shuai has returned. Shen Qingming's disciple came to report. At this moment, not only Shen Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai, even Yang Jian's face was filled with joy. Even he's back. In a flash, a rough figure appeared in the sky. He was wearing a rough hemp robe. His eyes were sharp and he had a domineering aura. Ha ha ha, senior brother Yang Jian, I never thought that you're back. Man Shuai said with a laugh. He landed on the ground and bowed towards Shen Qingming. His strength had reached the half-step hierarch realm, similar to Yang Jian. Sect Lord Man Shuai is late. Not late. Not late at all. The two of you can come back at this time. It really makes me feel good. The storm in the Linhe boundary is gathering and the two of you are able to come back at this time. I'm really touched. Profound Feng sect has produced two outstanding disciples after so many years. It's the glory of Profound Feng sect. It's my consolation. Shen Qingming wasn't good with words, but this time, the joy on his face was clearly expressed in his words. However, I heard that the Linhe boundary is in trouble this time. It's like a dark cloud looming over the city. Ever since I entered the Linhe boundary, I noticed that many people have a gloomy expression on their faces. They're afraid that the sect will be destroyed in the next moment. Sect Lord, do you know what kind of mysterious force has swept the entire Linhe boundary? Man Shuai asked with a serious face. Shen Qingming shook his head. Not only me, but even the supremacies of the 9 realms might not know the reason behind this calamity. Shen Qingming was extremely serious. At this moment, he had nothing to hide. Everyone in the Linhe boundary was in danger. He was no exception. Yang Jian and Man Shuai returned one after another. Shen Qingming's heart was filled with excitement and excitement. If there was a strong enemy, he would not be afraid at all. He would fight with his life on the line. It was not something the Profound Feng sect would do. Even if he had to die, he would die honorably. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. If only Jiang Chen was here. Man Shuai said in a low voice and exchanged a glance with Yang Jian. Both of them nodded slightly. However, since Jiang Chen wasn't here, the two of them had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the sect. They wouldn't regret it even if they were to die. That bastard. Little Chunzi. I wonder where he is now. The sect is in trouble but he's nowhere to be found. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but scold. However, everyone could see that he was worried about his son. Perhaps Jiang Chen was somewhere far away and had no time to care about the Linhe boundary. Compared to the Middle Region Divine Land, West Pole Divine Land and South Pole Divine Land, this place was too far away. Even without Jiang Chen, we will not slack off. Don't worry, Sect Lord, Elder Jiang. We will not let anyone step into the Profound Feng sect even if we die. Man Shuai said domineeringly. Even if he died, he would still protect the sect. Jiang Zhenhai admired his heroic spirit. Young people have their own hot-bloodedness. As they were talking, a cold light descended from the sky. 1,000 li away from the Profound Feng sect, 9 black shadows broke through the sky and arrived at the place. An enormous pressure pressed down. All the beasts within 1,000 li knelt down in the forest, trembling and not daring to move. The entire Profound Feng sect was completely shrouded by the 9 figures. They turned into 9 dark clouds and filled the sky. 9 dark clouds covered the sky, covering the entire Profound Feng sect. It was so gloomy that one could not even see the sun. The dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Countless people were shrouded by a layer of haze. 9 layers of dark clouds covered the sky, completely dispersing the white clouds in the sky. The mountains and rivers of Profound Feng sect were covered in layers of haze. The beautiful land of Profound Feng sect was like hell, pitch black like ink, terrifying people. Such a powerful aura. Man Shuai's expression changed. His expression became solemn as he squinted his eyes. Even he could not withstand the terrifying pressure from the 9 dark clouds, let alone the disciples. Their faces were pale. The 9 dark clouds did not even need to do anything to suppress them. Their bodies were about to explode and die. Yang Jian nodded his head silently. Looks like it's the right decision for them to come back. Otherwise, the profound Feng sect would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Who is this mysterious man? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was guessing, but no one knew where he came from. Jiang Zhenhai was filled with battle intent. He was the most powerful person in the profound Feng sect. He was responsible for this battle. Looks like they'll have to face a life and death crisis soon. Everyone in the profound Feng sect woke up from their cultivation. This was a disaster like the end of the world. Nobody knew what would happen next. Perhaps the destruction of the sect would happen in the next moment. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. His face was pale. Profound Feng sect still couldn't escape from this calamity. Xian Qingming's eyes turned cold. However, the 9 dark clouds had already shrouded the entire profound Feng sect. The oppressive aura of death had caused everyone in the profound Feng sect to feel threatened the moment it started. Is our profound Feng sect going to be swept away by this calamity? Are we going to die? It's like the end of the world. Even the sun is covered. As long as the sect lord is here, we'll never give in easily. Our profound Feng sect is not like the other sections. I hope so. But some sects that are stronger than us have been wiped out. Can our profound Feng sect really escape from this calamity? It's hard to say. So many sects were wiped out. Will our profound Feng sect be the exception? Chapter 34:14. 9 dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone's heart was shrouded by a layer of haze. Because they knew that the wind of disaster had blown to their profound Feng sect. This time, they would not be able to escape from this calamity. Everyone was anxious. Profound Feng sect was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, even if Yang Jian and Man Shui returned to guard the sect, it would be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xian Qingming's eyes were burning. Profound Feng sect's thousands of years of foundation was going to be destroyed? How could Xian Qingming accept this? At this moment, he had thought about it countless times. He had looked forward to it countless times. But in the end, he was still blown away by the wind of disaster. The dark clouds were like huge rocks pressing down on one's chest, giving one a splitting headache. Sect Lord, what should we do? Man Shui looked at Xian Qingming and asked. At this moment, profound Feng sect was in a very difficult situation. Their situation was also very dangerous. Are we really going to die here? I haven't gotten married yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Do you think I want to die? But now, the entire Linhe boundary is in danger. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an unbroken egg? With profound Feng sect's current situation, where can we escape to? But, will profound Feng sect really fall like this? I'm not willing. I want to be like Senior Jiang Chen, to soar above the 9 heavens. Senior Jiang Chen. If he's still here, I wonder if he can withstand this terrifying pressure? Everyone was worried, but they had no other choice. No matter where they go, they might not be able to avoid death. Therefore, they could only stay in profound Feng sect. They wanted to find a way to survive, but profound Feng sect was at least more sheltered than the outside world. Xian Qingming squinted his eyes and took a deep breath. At this moment, as the leader of profound Feng sect, he could not afford to be negligent. Therefore, even if he knew that profound Feng sect was in danger, he still had to stand up and become the guardian of the sect. Because only he was the backbone of the sect. Activate the sect protecting formation. We pledge our lives to defend against the enemies. Xian Qingming shouted. The entire profound Feng sect became extremely solemn. This battle concerned the life and death of the profound Feng sect. Therefore, he must give it his all. The great sect guarding formation was rearranged by Jiang Chen before he left. It could resist late hierarch realm experts. Even the reverend lords of the 9 boundaries could not break it. At this moment, it was profound Feng sect's last hope. Brother Jiang, you'll be in charge of the formation. Yang Jian, Man Shui, and I will help you. You're the only one who has surpassed the hierarch realm. You're the strongest existence in our sect. Xian Qingming looked at Zhang Zhenhai and said with hope in his eyes. Only Zhang Zhenhai could take on this responsibility. Profound Feng sect is my home in the divine world. How can I live if my home is destroyed? I am duty-bound for this battle. Zhang Zhenhai's face was solemn. It was the best way for him to control the sect-protecting Grand Formation, as he could fully unleash the power of the sect-protecting Grand Formation. At the very least, it could withstand attacks from late Hierarch realm experts. All right. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Xian Qingming looked at the 100,000 disciples and said, Profound Feng sect is in danger. We will not compromise at this moment of life and death. We will not frown even if we have to die today. If I have to die, I will go to hell alone. Xian Qingming's determination made countless people move to tears. As the sect lord, Xian Qingming took the lead. As a member of Profound Feng sect, their blood was boiling with excitement. Although he knew that they would lose this battle, he still insisted on it. As the sect lord of Profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming had done his best. This was the only thing he could do. Master. Yang Zhen's eyes flickered as he murmured and looked at Xian Qingming. We swear to follow the sect lord. We will live as Profound Feng sect's men, and die as Profound Feng sect's ghosts. Their voices were deafening and resounded in the void. At this moment, the 9 dark clouds slowly converged into a single dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun. It grew larger and larger, and the dark clouds loomed over the city. Danger lurked everywhere. Ha! A bunch of reckless fellas. After so much preparation, they're finally going to take action against Profound Feng sect. Looks like Big Brother's decision is a bit unnecessary. It's not up to you to comment on this. Boss has his own reasons for his decision. If you attack the Profound Feng sect directly, it will certainly raise suspicions. However, we can't find Jiang Chen and we can't even defeat him. That's why we have no choice but to use this method to take revenge on his sect. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Third brother is right. We just need to do it. Big Brother's idea is definitely not something we can imagine. As long as we eliminate Profound Feng sect, we can retreat quietly. At that time, even if that Jiang Chen comes back, he won't know who killed him. That's right. That's where you're wrong. Big Brother wants Jiang Chen to come back, because if he does, we'll be able to get our revenge. Among the clouds, 9 figures wearing black cloaks were talking to each other. Each of them was filled with disdain towards the Profound Feng sect. It's just a Linha boundary. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I wouldn't have known about such a remote place. Now, it's time to take action. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, we can return to our sect. The 9 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned into 9 gales and flew towards the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. 9 gales swept across the sky. The clouds dispersed. Suddenly, a dazzling light barrier appeared above Profound Feng sect, enveloping the entire sect. Hehe. It's just a small sect guarding formation. How powerful can it be? Let me go and test it. A black-clothed man stepped on the sky and struck with his palm. Thunderbolts were cast out and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The sect-protecting Grand Formation was instantly shaken by the wind and rain. The entire Profound Feng sect's disciples' faces turned pale as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Xian Qingming and the others' faces turned pale when they saw the 9 figures appearing in the sky. He almost broke the Profound Feng sect's sect-protecting Grand Formation alone. It was terrifying. This sect-guarding formation is interesting. To think it could withstand my attack. Then take my punch. Chapter 34:15. Puff. Zhang Zhenhai spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he flew 300 li away. His blood almost spurted out from his body. Because he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, Zhang Zhenhai's injuries were quite heavy. However, the 3 of them were slightly better off. Even though they were pushed back, they were not too heavily injured. However, Zhang Zhenhai was on the verge of collapsing, almost falling from the sky to the mortal world. The gigantic and indestructible Great Sect Guarding Formation, which was like a protective talisman in their eyes, was completely shattered at this moment. Spiritual qi shot out in all directions, causing the entire Profound Feng sect to be in a mess. Under the explosion of spiritual qi, the place buzzed unceasingly. It was a scene of devastation. Despair flickered in Xian Qingming's eyes. Even the great sect protecting formation was completely destroyed. They've lost their last piece of clothing. What else could they do to defend against these terrifying fellows? Xian Qingming did not know. His face was pale and bloodless. Although his injuries were not severe, his heart was under great pressure. Puff! Xian Qingming was forced to spurt out a mouthful of blood under the pressure. Could it be that profound Feng sect is going to be destroyed in my hands? Master, you must hold on. You're the sect lord of profound Feng sect. You must not fall. Yang Jian helped Xian Qingming up and said, "Yes, sect lord. Let's fight to the death. There's still a chance of survival." Man Shui said. He was not afraid of death. His heart was filled with boundless heroism to die together with profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming sighed and shook his head, saying, "Difficult. Difficult. Difficult. Profound Feng sect is in danger." Xian Qingming's heart was as calm as still water. Even though he knew that he would die, he still wanted to stand up and fight to the death with the enemy. The great sect protecting formation is broken. It's really broken? Not good. Profound Feng sect is going to fall. We can't escape from this. If they die, then so be it. Who can escape this calamity? Sigh, even sect master risked his life to fight. How can we be cowards who are afraid of death? Even though countless disciples started to panic, at this moment, Xian Qingming drove their willpower. They didn't know when this battle would end. Perhaps the moment it ends, it would be the day they die. Yang Jian, Man Shui, follow me to battle. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the territory of profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming stepped on the peak of the void and shouted at the 9 tornadoes. What kind of monster are you? Come out now. Who are you guys trying to cause trouble in my profound Feng sect? Haha, a bunch of reckless fellows. Do you think you can escape this calamity by hiding in the great sect protecting formation? In my eyes, your so-called sect protecting formation is merely a layer of cloth. What else do you have to show me now? Just the 3 of you? You want to protect profound Feng sect? What a fool's dream. Just a bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, it seems that I alone am enough to annihilate all of you. The leading black-clothed youth sneered. What are you guys trying to do? How did our profound Feng sect defend you guys? Xian Qingming could feel the extreme pressure from the youth. At this moment, the 3 of them could barely speak. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. All of you deserve to die. You shouldn't be living in this world. Death is your only ending. As for who we are, you're not qualified to know. Remember, you're not qualified at all. The black-clothed youth waved his hand and looked at Xian Qingming and the others calmly as if they were ants. Yang Jian and Man Shui were incomparably furious. This fellow was too much, treating them like ants. This was a blatant humiliation, completely disregarding them. Yang Jian and Man Shui were furious. Their strength had improved tremendously in these past few years, becoming a true dragon amongst men. But in front of this black-clothed youth, could it be that they really did not have any strength to fight back? No matter how strong he was, they could not just sit and wait for death. Master, let's go all out against him in this battle. Yang Jian roared in rage and took the lead, charging towards the black-clothed youth. Xian Qingming and Man Shui did not hold back either. A peak divine king and 2 half-step hierarch realm experts attacked at the same time. At this moment, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. However, in the eyes of the 3's crazy attacks, the black-clothed young man could not help but sneer. With a casual slap of his palm, the 3 of them were sent flying back. With a casual wave of his hand, the 3 of them were seriously injured and sent flying back. They no longer had the strength to fight. At this moment, Xian Qingming, Man Shui and Man Shui's faces were filled with fear and despair. It turned out that they were wrong. These fellas' strength had reached a level where they could not be put in their eyes at all. The feeling of having the power of life and death in their hands had caused them to be at a loss of what to do. They had completely lost hope in this battle. The enemy was so powerful that it made their hair stand on end. Profound Feng sect is finished. Finished. Xian Qingming's face was pale. His heart was completely dead. Zhang Zhanhai looked at the void with disappointment in his eyes. Profound Feng sect, is it really finished? Little Chenzi, where are you? If you're still here, Profound Feng sect won't be destroyed so easily, right? Zhang Zhanhai sighed in his heart. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other, feeling extremely sad. If Jiang Chen is here, it'll be great. Unfortunately, there's no if. Man Shui shook his head. He knew that he was going to die, but he was a disciple of profound Feng sect. He could not avoid this battle. He knew that he was no match for them, but he still wanted to protect his sect. This was the same belief that he and Yang Jian had. All of you must die. Death is the true release for all of you. Profound Feng sect, I can destroy it with just one palm. Accept your death sentence, a bunch of ants. Ha! The black-clothed youth waved his sleeves and a strong gale swept across the place, almost uprooting the entire Profound Feng sect. If you want to touch Profound Feng sect, you'll have to ask for my permission first. A deep roar resounded from the 9 heavens. The terrifying gale was blocked as a majestic figure stood with his arms crossed. His gaze was like a torch as he stood in front of Xian Qingming and the rest. Who are you? Trying to stop us? Looks like you're tired of living. The black-clothed youth sneered. Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Zi Qingtian. The rise and fall of Linha sect is my responsibility. Chapter 34:16. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries? I was wondering who it was. A mere Reverend of the 9 boundaries dares to show off in front of me. You're dreaming. You're not qualified to save them. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The black-clothed young man stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest and said faintly. He looked at everyone coldly. Even Zi Qingtian was not in his eyes. It's Lord Zi. It's really Lord Zi. Are we saved? The Reverend of the 9 boundaries is here. Are we still far from being saved? Ha! The Reverend of the 9 boundaries is here. What else can those demons do? Looks like the heavens are protecting our Profound Feng sect. Countless disciples were filled with emotions. They thought that they were going to die, but they did not expect that their savior would come. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries was a noble expert. He was the Qilian boundaries lord, one of the top existences in the entire northern cold divine region. Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other as they saw a glimmer of hope. The Reverend of the 9 boundaries, Zi Qingtian, stood proudly and stared at the black-clothed young man coldly. We're saved. We're saved. Jiang Zhenhai nodded and said with a smile. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were able to obtain the protection of the Reverend of the 9 boundaries in this desperate situation. The calamity of the Linha boundary might come to an end now. Xian Qingming couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes flickered with a strange brilliance. His heart that had lost all hope was gradually rekindled. Their resistance was not wrong. Finally, when they were on the brink of despair, the Reverend of the 9 boundaries had come to their rescue. This was the true flame of hope. Thank you, Reverend, Xian Qingming said solemnly. He was full of respect for Zi Qingtian. At this moment, Zi Qingtian was their last hope. Zi Qingtian looked straight ahead and exchanged glances with the black-clothed young man. His eyes were filled with battle intent. You're just a Reverend of the 9 boundaries. I don't put you in my eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in black coldly snorted. He extended his hand and the Lingyun spear shot out. The spear radiance was peerless and unparalleled. Waves of spear shadows tore through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The divine spear swept across and headed straight for Zi Qingtian. Zi Qingtian squinted his eyes. He did not dare to underestimate Zi Qingtian. He formed a seal with his hands and threw it out forcefully. His palm was extremely huge and it directly suppressed the black-clothed young man's spear shadows. The black-clothed young man's expression turned serious and he became even more ferocious. He directly turned all the spear shadows into raindrops and shot down violently. Zi Qingtian was calm and collected. The battle between him and the black-clothed young man was shocking. Even Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked when they saw it. For Yang Jian and Man Shui, this battle was very beneficial. The battle between the hierarch experts was like heaven itself. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense. However, Zi Qingtian's aura was obviously stronger. Even though the black-clothed young man was at the late hierarch realm, he could not do anything under the suppression of Zi Qingtian, who was at the peak of mid-hierarch realm. After all, Zi Qingtian was the Reverend of the 9 boundaries. His strength was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold the position of the Reverend of the 9 boundaries. Xueqi looked arrogantly at the peak of the firmament. His palm wind changed again and struck down continuously, causing the black-clothed young man's expression to become more and more unpleasant. Come, seventh brother can't hold on any longer. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, Xueqi, is quite capable. Yeah, seventh brother's strength is not stable enough. It's going to be difficult to kill Xueqi. We should take action now. Otherwise, this fellow will definitely curse us later. Ha ha. In the dark clouds, the 8 of them looked at each other and smiled. There was a hint of ridicule at the corner of their mouths. Xueqi took advantage of the situation and struck out a punch. The black-clothed young man could not withstand it at all and was forced to retreat again and again. The Reverend of the Nine Boundaries is indeed powerful. Powerful. Truly powerful. Man Shuai's eyes were shining. He would definitely reach the same level as Xueqi one day. However, they still had a long way to go. The power of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had given them a great shock. Profound Feng Sect's crisis was finally going to be solved. They were extremely excited. The mighty figure of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries had caused them to be overflowing with excitement. They were cheering for him as the black-clothed young man was forced to retreat. That peerless technique had shocked the world. However, just when everyone thought that the crisis of the Profound Feng Sect was going to be solved, 8 powerful figures appeared in the void once again. This time, Xueqi's expression became extremely unpleasant. The 8 of them were not weaker than the black-clothed young man that he had just defeated. 9 of them were at the late hierarch realm. Xueqi's expression became extremely gloomy. Even Shen Qingming and the others' expression became gloomy. It seemed like their previous joy was going to be ruined. There were 8 such powerful experts behind the black-clothed young man. Even Xueqi was having trouble dealing with them. You guys, who are you? Xueqi asked in a deep voice. He knew that he was not a match for the 9 of them. This might be the most difficult battle that he had ever fought. You are not qualified to know who we are. You will die if you know. What's the point of knowing? Your appearance is a mistake. You know that you are not a match for us, yet you still want to stand out. If this is not seeking death, then what is? You should have already investigated before. You know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but you still chose to hide it. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? The leading young man shook his head and smiled as he looked at Xueqi indifferently. Xueqi's expression was complicated. He had no way to retreat from this battle. Once he retreated, he would have to suffer even more in the future. He might not be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. It's useless to say more. Let's fight. If you want to destroy the Profound Feng Sect, you will have to step over my body. Xueqi did not plan to leave at all. Even though he knew that he might die in this battle, he still chose to face it head-on. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Looks like you don't need to live anymore. The young man shouted coldly as he squinted his eyes. He waved his hand and the 9 of them rushed forward at the same time. They turned into 9 black clouds and crushed the void. Xueqi's face turned pale as his aura was being suppressed. Go and die. You can't save the Profound Feng Sect. The 9 black clouds completely trapped Xueqi, causing him to be in extreme pain. His face turned pale as the 9 cold lights pierced through his body. Xueqi's figure was sent flying away. Under the suppression of the 9 people, he was severely injured and fell to the top of the void. At this moment, not only Xueqi, Shen Qingming, Zhang Zhenhai, Yang Jian, Man Shuai and everyone from the Profound Feng Sect fell into despair. Chapter 34:17. Xueqi fell from the altar. The prestige of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries was gone. He stood up from the mountain peak in a miserable manner. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. His injuries were severe and he was on the verge of death. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. I've tried my best. Xueqi murmured. There was a bitter expression on his face. For Profound Feng Sect, Xueqi might even sacrifice his life for this battle. However, he still decided to come to Profound Feng Sect. It was a pity that he was not as skillful as Xueqi. In the end, he could not turn the tide of the battle and save the Profound Feng Sect from its collapse. Despair, hope, there was one time where they encountered despair. Everyone in the Profound Feng Sect was in a state of panic. Their spirit had collapsed a few times because they had been through so many changes. Everyone's heart had been tortured beyond recognition. They had been in a life-and-death situation for so many times. In the end, they fell into despair again and again. They could no longer endure such torture. In the end, they still couldn't escape death. Whose heart could endure such ups and downs? Xian Qingming looked at the 9 dark clouds in the sky. He no longer had any hope. Life and death were determined by the heavens. Perhaps the heavens wanted profound Feng sect to die in this battle. Nobody could save them. Even the Reverend of the 9 boundaries had almost died on the spot. Even if he was still alive, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight and could not do anything. Heaven's will. This is heaven's will. Xian Qingming heaved a long sigh. He was filled with despair. Profound Feng sect was destroyed in his own hands. He felt ashamed to face his ancestors and countless disciples. Little Chen, you bastard. I'm afraid that you're going to collect my corpse. He. I hope that you have the strength to avenge profound Feng sect. Let us, the 100,000 innocent souls, the 1 million people at the riverside not die in vain. Zhang Zhenhai murmured. In his heart, he hoped that Jiang Chen could come back at this moment. However, it seemed like it was just his guess. Jiang Chen would not come back. Yang Jian and Man Shuai's death was worth it. Their purpose of coming back was to protect the profound Feng sect, to live and die together with the profound Feng sect. A bunch of ants. Killing you is no different from killing snakes, insects, rats and ants. The leader of the group took a step forward. The giant palm in his hand crossed the void and covered the sky. It directly pressed down on the profound Feng sect. His goal was to destroy the 1,000-feet mountain and the sect that was 10,000 miles away. Everyone silently closed their eyes. Death was slowly approaching in their hearts. The scythe of the death god would definitely reap all of them like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Who gave you the guts to touch my profound Feng sect? A loud roar reverberated in the void like a bolt of lightning. A sword came from the east. The shadow of the sword was like a mountain as it heavily smashed down, directly destroying the young man's giant palm. A white-clothed figure stepped on the sword and soared into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind, causing the mountains and rivers to bow, and the myriad of worlds to bow. The young man was smashed by the giant sword shadow and was sent flying 1,000 miles away. Blood gushed out from his wound. Just one sword shadow had almost taken his life. Everyone's expression became solemn. They raised their eyes and looked at the void. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. I'm sorry, father. I'm late. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He saw his loved one who was filled with despair in one glance. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with tenderness. You're not late. My good son. Ha! Zhang Zhenhai was very excited. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen silently. The fire of hope in their hearts was reignited. You're finally back. Zi Qingtian heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the heavenly tribulation. His expression became more relaxed. His decision at this moment was not in vain. He had bought enough time for Jiang Chen to return to this familiar land. The moment he returned, Zi Qingtian knew that profound Feng sect was in danger. As long as he was here, everything would be fine. Xian Qingming was extremely excited. Jiang Chen, he's finally back. Profound Feng sect was saved. The lineage of the sect could be continued. He was not afraid of death. However, his heart was filled with bitterness and uneasiness to let his disciples become the sinners of profound Feng sect with him. Haha. Jiang Chen, I knew it. You won't die so easily. If you didn't come back when profound Feng sect was in danger, I'll never forget you even if I die. Man Shuai said with a smile. Now that he's back, everything seemed to have calmed down. A sword came from the east. He stepped on the sword and returned. The shadow of the sword swept through the 9 regions and the 4 seas. The mightiness of a single sword looked down upon the heavens. Only Jiang Chen could do that. Yang Jian and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Chen knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he was late. Thank you. Jiang Chen looked at Zi Qingtian and nodded slightly. Zi Qingtian smiled and shook his head. If he didn't come back, perhaps he would be the one that Jiang Chen wanted to kill. This was not an exaggeration. Zi Qingtian knew that Jiang Chen had asked him to take care of profound Feng sect again and again. If he pretended to be deaf and mute now, profound Feng sect would be destroyed. Jiang Chen would definitely not let it go. Senior Jiang Chen is back. We're saved this time. Ha! That's right. Senior brother Jiang Chen has saved us more than once. Profound Feng sect only has what it has today because of senior brother Jiang Chen. This time, senior brother Jiang Chen will not disappoint me. With senior Jiang Chen here, everything will not be a problem. The entire Profound Feng sect was cheering for Jiang Chen's return. Their last hope was on senior Jiang Chen. Senior Jiang Chen was an invincible expert in their hearts. He was like a god. No one knew how strong Jiang Chen was, but the moment he returned, he was like a god of war, standing in the void and becoming an insurmountable mountain that people could only look up to and find hard to cross. Jiang Chen's appearance was like a priest who had come to save the masses, filling everyone's hearts with confidence in him. He was the faith of Profound Feng sect. He was the god of Profound Feng sect. His existence and his appearance affected the entire Profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect was facing a disaster. Jiang Chen came back on his sword. He was destined to become the most powerful genius disciple in the history of Profound Feng sect. The hearts of the people were united and the benevolent were invincible. Fighting for his father, fighting for the 100,000 disciples of Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen stood proudly and stepped on the giant sword. Chapter 34:18. You're Jiang Chen? The 9 of them appeared and faced Jiang Chen with murderous intent in their eyes. So what if I am? You guys should be here for me, but you've killed everyone in Linhe boundary. You've committed a grave sin. Jiang Chen said coldly as he looked at the 9 of them. The 9 of them were nothing to him. Jiang Chen did not even bother to fight against 9 late Hierarch Realm fellas. Looks like you're really strong, but you might not be a match for the 9 of us. A black-clothed young man said coldly, completely ignoring Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, in my opinion, those words are nothing more than a joke. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other and the latter said, with Jiang Chen's current strength, he managed to force one of them back with just one sword. That's terrifying. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to fight against the 9 of them, right? I think his current strength should be at the late Hierarch Realm. It's hard to say. He might even be at the peak Hierarch Realm. Otherwise, why would he be so confident when facing so many people? Jiang Chen must have something up his sleeves. Yang Jian nodded silently as he was full of hope for Jiang Chen. This battle might be a little difficult, but they believed that Jiang Chen would be the final winner. Reverend Lord, do you think Jiang Chen can win against the 9 of them? Shen Qingming was also worried. The 9 of them were too strong after all. Even if Jiang Chen came back with great strength, it would be impossible for him to fight against the 9 of them alone. It's hard to say. I hope Jiang Chen can win. I can't see through his true strength, but judging from his previous strength, this battle might not be a piece of cake for him, but he still has the confidence to win. That's right. Zi Qingtian said quietly. As they were talking, the 9 of them had already started their attack on Jiang Chen. 9 figures rushed towards him like a storm. Ants, I'm talking about you. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He waved his sword and fell from the sky. The 8 figures were instantly torn into pieces and died without a complete corpse. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and took out the great Yu soul forming light. Only one person was left. He was crawling under Jiang Chen's feet. His face was pale and he didn't even have the heart to resist. Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen had killed 8 people with just one strike. He probably left one alive just to ask about his background. It was terrifying. Zi Qingtian squinted his eyes and felt extremely cold. That strike was too overbearing. He could not believe it. Could it be that he has already reached the legendary realm? A divine emperor expert. Zi Qingtian couldn't believe it. However, the sword strike just now was too overbearing. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had become so powerful in just a few years. It didn't make sense at all. As for Yang Jian, Man Shui and even Shen Qingming, they were completely dumbfounded. How powerful was this guy? They were once the genius disciples of Profound Feng sect. However, Jiang Chen had already surpassed them in just a few years. Tell me who sent you here. If you tell me, I can send you to reincarnation. If you don't, you'll end up like them. You'll be roasted in my great Yu soul forming light for thousands of years. This is your chance. You must grasp it. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the black-clothed young man who was kneeling on the ground. Just when he was hesitating, a cold light fell from the sky and killed him. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there was someone stronger behind them. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. When he raised his head, a yellow-robed figure appeared in the void and stared at Jiang Chen. You killed your own people. Looks like you're crazy. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Trash. So what if you're dead? There's nothing to feel pity about. You're still so confident after seeing me. Looks like I really admire you. You're a dragon among men to be able to kill 3 hierarch realm prodigies of my Zhongxing sect. The yellow-robed man said faintly. His expression was cold as if he did not care about Jiang Chen. Zhongxing sect. I think I've heard of it somewhere. Xueqi frowned slightly. His pupils contracted and his expression changed drastically. He finally remembered that when he was cultivating in Tongxian Mansion, he had read about it in an ancient book. As one of the great sects of the Central Region Divine Land, there were Divine Emperor realm experts in it. The person in front of him was much stronger than the 9 late Hierarch realm experts. He must be a Divine Emperor realm expert. Xueqi was worried. Jiang Chen was a devil incarnate. How did he offend the experts of the Zhongxing sect? Zhongxing sect was one of the great sects in the Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Chen. Looks like you've made a big mess this time. Xueqi finally understood that the crisis in Linhe boundary was caused by the Zhongxing sect. Originally, I just wanted to lure you out to take revenge. I did not expect these 9 fellows to be so useless. You have indeed surprised me. Now that your strength has broken through to this level, it will not be easy for my resurgent sect to capture you. However, don't even think about escaping from me, Huang Qi. Huang Qi said confidently and calmly. As the most talented disciple of the Zhongxing sect in the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had the strength to be on the dragon ranking of the Central Region Divine Land. Wasn't it a piece of cake for him to kill a kid from a small place? I see. Looks like you're not very smart. You know that the people of the Zhongxing sect have died in my hands, yet you still came to die. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you in the Zhongxing sect? Massacring my Linhe boundary, if I don't kill your resurgent sect, how can I, Jiang Chen, stand tall in the Linhe boundary? I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Zhongxing sect. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen said proudly and laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes intertwined with Huang Qi's. Huang Qi shook his head and sighed. You might not have the chance. Because you'll be killed here. I won't give you the chance to step into the Zhongxing sect. Isn't it a shame to let a trash like you step into my Zhongxing sect? You'll definitely die today. Jiang Chen, accept your fate. Blame yourself for being the enemy of the Zhongxing sect. It's only a matter of time before I kill you. Chapter 34:19. Huang Qi stared at Jiang Chen with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, he did not plan to leave any room for Jiang Chen. Killing Jiang Chen and exterminating Profound Feng sect. Linhe boundary was just a small matter to Resurgent sect. It seems like you don't know how difficult your situation is. Let's talk with your strength. Huang Qi moved his hand and a blood-weeping divine spear appeared in his hand. The spear light was pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. He held the heavenly dragon sword and stood there proudly without moving an inch. Give me your life. Huang Qi shouted in anger. The spear shadows filled the void. That kind of divine mightiness that could destroy heaven and earth was matchless. All the people of Profound Feng sect had a gloomy expression on their faces. It seems like Senior Jiang Chen will lose more than he wins this time. Isn't this guy too terrifying? How did Senior Jiang Chen offend this guy? Isn't this too terrifying? It's hard to say. I believe that even if Senior Jiang Chen is defeated, it won't be too bad. Please, can't you give Senior Brother Jiang Chen some confidence? Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that Jiang Chen would become stronger and protect the Profound Feng sect, becoming the one and only guardian in their hearts. Merciless spear shadows danced in the sky. Huang Qi was like a peerless god of war, standing above the void and blocking Jiang Chen's escape route. Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide now. It was as if he had given up facing the 100,000 spear shadows, as if he was facing death. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The sword in his hand finally moved. The terrifying sword passed by, creating a deafening sound like a mountain being torn apart. Huang Qi was directly pushed back by the sword. The endless spear shadows turned into mist and completely dissipated in the void. That scene made everyone fall silent. Their breathing was incomparably heavy. Jiang Chen's sword was really too stunning, so much so that no one could see his figure. Under the spear shadows that filled the sky, Jiang Chen turned into a flowing sword shadow that cut through the thistles and thorns, destroying all the illusions. As the spear shadows disappeared, the sword shadow replaced them. Jiang Chen's sword had already crossed the peak of the firmament and slashed down. That sword strike had changed the color of heaven and earth. That sword strike's aura had changed the weather. Before the spear in Huang Qi's hand could land, it had already been sent flying by Jiang Chen. Huang Qi's face was extremely pale, and he was extremely shocked. As he lowered his head, the divine spear in his hand had already left his hand, and Jiang Chen's sword shadow had already landed on his chest. Although many people had overestimated Jiang Chen's strength, they still did not expect that Jiang Chen's sword strike could be so powerful. A single sword strike had defeated a divine emperor. Huang Qi felt a little suffocated, a little painful, and a little complicated. Even his facial expression changed in a way that even he himself could not understand. Was he defeated just like that? He was a peerless genius of the resurgence sect that only appeared once in 100,000 years. After 10,000 years of closed-door training, he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and became the most respected genius disciple in the Central Region Divine Land. He was the precious disciple of the sect's elders and sect masters. How could he be defeated? How could he be defeated? All these were constantly changing in Huang Qi's mind. He once went to the ghost domain alone and was invincible. If not me, who else could defeat him? He used to look down upon all the geniuses in the world, and he was the only one among the monstrous geniuses. But today, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, who came from a small corner of the world, a trash that was supposed to be stepped on by him. All of this seemed so unreal, so suffocating. Zhongxing sect, I will step into it. But it's meaningless to kill you. I want you to witness the Zhongxing sect being destroyed by me, Jiang Chen. At that time, it will be the day of your death. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. But to Huang Qi, it was a great humiliation. It was even more painful than killing him. That was a naked humiliation. He was invincible in the Divine Land, but he was defeated by Yi Futian in just one move. He could not understand the power of a single sword. How could this guy be so strong? Now, Jiang Chen did not kill him, and wanted him to return to the Zhongxing sect. Yi Futian was going to take revenge on the Zhongxing sect, to take revenge for those ants in the Linhe boundary? To Huang Qi, this was simply a pipe dream. But Yi Futian's coldness had deeply hurt Huang Qi's nerves. No matter what, he was already defeated by Jiang Chen. Huang Qi clenched his fists tightly. This was even more painful than killing him. Veins popped up on Huang Qi's face. Today, he was destined to leave the Linhe boundary in defeat. I, Huang Qi, will remember today's humiliation in my heart. Huang Qi turned around and turned into a ray of light. Because he did not have the face to continue staying here. If he continued to stay, more people would laugh at him, a divine emperor realm trash. Jiang Chen's sword had almost destroyed all of Huang Qi's confidence. The pride that he had built up for so many years had also been shattered. It could be said that Jiang Chen had used the most vicious method to knock Huang Qi down from his high pedestal. He did not need to use any tricks to make this arrogant peerless genius suffer countless blows. He won? Senior Jiang Chen won. Ha ha ha, our profound Feng sect is saved. No one knew who shouted it, but the entire profound Feng sect was moved to tears. Countless of them looked at their senior brother Jiang Chen and couldn't help but worship him. That kind of arrogant and domineering aura was something that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. Senior brother Jiang Chen. Profound Feng sect was saved. Jiang Chen became the only hope of profound Feng sect. He chased everyone away and killed those merciless executioners. Profound Feng sect did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, it was everyone's pride. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Shen Qingming said happily. His heart was in turmoil. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the profound Feng sect would have been razed to the ground. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the sect would have been wiped out. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be able to chat here. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yang Jian and Man Shui heaved a sigh. They were happy that profound Feng sect was saved. At the same time, they sighed because Jiang Chen's figure was something that they would never be able to catch up to. It was like that in the past and it was like that now. When will we be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen? Yang Jian smiled bitterly. There will be a day like that. I believe it. Man Shuai's eyes were burning. He had already set Jiang Chen as his goal to strive for. I don't believe it. Ha! Yang Jian laughed presumptuously. Man Shuai's expression turned ugly as he stared at Yang Jian. No one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like how no one knew when Jiang Chen would return. Everyone was confident when he returned to Profound Feng Sect. Chapter 34-20. Little Chenzi, you did not disappoint me after all. Ha! Zhang Zhenhai laughed and said. His voice shook the sky. This shout was to let everyone know that this was Zhang Zhenhai's son. Zhang Zhenhai was even happier and more gratified than him flying in the 9 heavens. Ziqing Tian was overjoyed. Fortunately, he came. If the Linhe boundary was destroyed, he would not be able to stay here alive. He had a new understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. This fellow was a super monster. He was so strong that no one could feel how terrifying he was. Jiang Chen landed in the sky with a smile on his face. He kneeled down on one knee in front of his father, Zhang Zhenhai. No matter how strong he was, in his father's eyes, he was just a child who longed for love and warmth. Father, I'm late. Sorry for scaring you. Zhang Zhenhai hurriedly helped his son up. His eyes were filled with love, and he was trying his best not to cry. Although he had enjoyed being the center of attention countless times, his son had always brought him a different kind of surprise and shock each time. At this moment, he had really grown up. He was strong enough to change his fate. Profound Feng Sect is safe now that you're back. Xian Qingming said with a heavy heart. He felt gratified, not any less than Zhang Zhenhai. In his heart, Jiang Chen was his junior. In the past, Xian Qingming gave everything he had to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could become stronger. At this moment, his hard work and expectation did not go to waste. Even Yang Jian and Man Shuai did not disappoint him and became stronger than him. Jiang Chen nodded his head and smiled. He was still a high-spirited young man. He was still a part of Profound Feng Sect. Yang Jian and Man Shuai also gave Jiang Chen a big hug. There was no need for words between brothers. Jiang Chen had helped them a lot in the past. Although they treated Jiang Chen as their opponent, he had become so powerful that they could only look up to him. It was hard to predict the changes of the world. Jiang Chen, are you really going to step into Zhongxing sect? Ziqing Tian looked at Jiang Chen in doubt. Although Jiang Chen was strong, Zhongxing sect was a famous sect in the Central Region Divine Land. How could Jiang Chen fight against the entire Zhongxing sect alone? Jiang Chen nodded and said faintly, he has killed countless people of my Linhe boundary. I will definitely make him pay for it. Otherwise, how can I, Jiang Chen, gain a foothold in the Central Region Divine Land? Jiang Chen's domineering aura made Ziqing Tian feel inferior. Ziqing Tian could no longer treat Jiang Chen as the same as him. Jiang Chen had already become a pillar of the heavens. Even Ziqing Tian had to bow down to him. Father, look who I have brought to you. Jiang Chen smiled. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu walked out from the Zulong Tower. They instantly attracted the attention of the entire Profound Feng Sect. The two peerless beauties had shocked everyone. Even Ziqing Tian heaved a sigh. The strength of these two people was on par with Huang Qi, whom Jiang Chen did not even bother to kill. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Father. Wu Ningzhu's call made Zhang Zhenhai burst into tears. He held Jiang Chen's and Wu Ningzhu's hands. Yan Qingqing was no exception. Her father held their hands together and she felt very happy. Good boy. It's time for you to give me a surprise. Ha! Zhang Zhenhai said meaningfully and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's face blushed. In other words, Zhang Zhenhai wanted to hold his grandson. Xian Qingming and Ziqing Tian could not help but laugh. Within 7 days, countless sects had gathered outside the Profound Feng Sect. The news had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. The Zhongxing sect of the Central Region Divine Region had attacked but was annihilated by Jiang Chen. Even the peerless prodigy of the Zhongxing sect was defeated by Jiang Chen. In an instant, Jiang Chen's fame had spread across the entire northern cold divine region. Report. The people from the Tongxian mansion are here. A disciple reported from outside the profound Feng sect. Zi Qingtian's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. Brother Jiang, the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion is not an ordinary person. You've caused havoc in the Tongxian mansion. The people from the Tongxian mansion must have some ulterior motives. It was reasonable for Zi Qingtian to address Jiang Chen as Brother Jiang. So what? Jiang Chen said in disdain. Yeah. Jiang Chen, Tongxian mansion is very powerful. Are you sure that you can defeat them? Shen Qingming was anxious. He was afraid that the same thing would happen again. Although Jiang Chen was here, he still could not help but worry. The second mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion, Lin Yukong, has arrived. Zi Qingtian stood up immediately. Although Lin Yukong's strength might not be stronger than Jiang Chen, he was still the mainstay of the profound connection divine palace. He must be a weasel paying a visit to a chicken with no good intentions. Master Lin. Zi Qingtian's face turned solemn when he saw Lin Yukong coming with 10 middle hierarch realm elders behind him. Their formation was not any weaker than the 9 Zhongxing sect's elders from before. The 10 middle hierarch realm experts were already standing in front of them, causing them to hold their breaths. Greetings, Mansion Lord. Lin Yukong bowed to Jiang Chen. The 10 middle hierarch realm elders did not dare to be negligent and bowed to Jiang Chen. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen became the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion? How is this possible? Zi Qingtian could not help but feel dizzy. Isn't this too terrifying? You're quite ill-informed. Mansion Lord Jiang has already become the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion. The previous 3 mansion lords were cruel and ruthless. They were all killed by Mansion Lord Jiang. From now on, there is only one Mansion Lord Jiang in the Tongxian mansion. Lin Yukong said faintly. Zi Qingtian immediately lost his temper. He did not dare to act rashly in front of Lin Yukong, let alone Jiang Chen. Calling him Brother Jiang seemed to be a little too arrogant. Zi Qingtian smiled bitterly. In front of Jiang Chen, he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The current him was already the best in the northern Liang Empire. As for Shen Qingming, Yang Jian, and the others, they were also amazed. They couldn't believe Jiang Chen's identity at all. However, it was real. Connecting to the profound God Palace had become his possession. No one dared to look at him directly now. Jiang Chen's current strength was beyond their imagination. Jiang Chen was indeed a hidden person. Unknowingly, he had become the mansion lord of the Tongxian mansion. He had become one of the top experts in the northern Liang divine region. At that moment, a voice was heard from outside the hall again. Chapter 34-21. The Lord of Northern Liang? What kind of existence is that? Is he the strongest expert in the Northern Liang? I don't know. I've only heard of the Lord of Northern Liang once. Who is he and where is he? No one has ever seen him before. Looks like the Lord of Northern Liang has alarmed the Lord of Northern Liang. It's hard to say. But we don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is. Many of them were surprised and confused. Almost no one knew who the Lord of the Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. Even the elders of the Profound Connection Divine Palace were confused as they had no idea who the Lord of the Northern Liang was. What's going on? Lin Yukong, do you know who the Lord of Northern Liang is? Jiang Chen said faintly as he squinted his eyes. The Lord of Northern Liang came uninvited. Could he be a hidden expert? I wonder if the Lord of Northern Liang is a self-proclaimed person or does he really exist? I don't know who the Lord of Northern Liang is either. However, I've heard of the Lord of Northern Liang hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Lord of Northern Liang does exist and his strength is terrifying. However, no one knows who he is or where he is. Lin Yukong shook his head. He only knew one thing but not the other. He is an existence that none of you have come in contact with. Only a few people in the northern Liang divine region are able to come in contact with him. Zi Qingtian shook his head and sighed. Reverend Lord, does this mean that you know about him? Shen Qingming looked at Zi Qingtian in surprise. Jiang Chen also looked at Zi Qingtian. It's a long story. Many years ago, when I was chosen to become the supremacy of the 9 realms, a divine emissary of the northern Liang divine realm appeared. His appearance seemed to have declared his position as the supremacy of the Northern Liang divine realm. But I only know that he was only an emissary of the Northern Liang master. Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen seriously. At this moment, Jiang Chen nodded his head slightly. It seemed like the so-called Lord of Northern Liang was a supreme expert who didn't show himself. It was not a joke to be able to be appointed as the supremacy of the 9 boundaries by the divine envoy of Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine envoy has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the door, and a middle-aged man in white slowly walked in. He was calm and composed, and there was a hint of arrogance between his brows. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Chief Jiang, congratulations. Hee. I'm here to congratulate you on behalf of the Northern Liang Emperor. You don't even put the resurgent sect in your eyes. Chief Jiang is truly heroic. The middle-aged man said calmly. Greetings, Lord of Northern Liang. Jiang Chen nodded and said in a low voice. Lord Oracle. Xueqi exclaimed. He bowed to the middle-aged man in white with respect. Not bad, the supremacy of the 9 boundaries is quite responsible. Hee. Choosing you to enter the Chilean boundary was the right thing to do. You're able to get rid of your worries and ascend to the position of the supremacy. You didn't lose your desolate demeanor. The middle-aged man nodded. Xueqi seemed to be flattered and bowed silently. From Xueqi attitude, Jiang Chen could tell how powerful this so-called divine envoy of Northern Liang was. May I ask, divine envoy, where is the Lord of Northern Liang, and where is he? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I'm a rank 1 divine envoy of Northern Liang. How can I ask the Lord of Northern Liang? There are dozens of divine envoys under the Lord, and I'm only a rank 1 voice transmitter. However, the Lord admires Lord Jiang, and he's a dragon among the lords of Northern Liang, a genius of the Northern Liang. Therefore, the Lord specially asked me to pass the message to him. Speak your mind, Jiang Chen said. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. The strength of this divine envoy of the Northern Liang was actually stronger than Huang Qi. Although he didn't know how strong he was, he knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. In the hands of the Northern Liang Lord, there were more than a dozen divine envoys. It was truly amazing. If the Lord of Northern Liang has nowhere else to go, you can always return to the Northern Liang. The Northern Liang divine region will always be your shield. The middle-aged man in white was neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes shone with radiance as if he was envious of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked as he recalled the black-clothed man who saved him in the forbidden land of divine region. He couldn't help but frown. Could the Lord of Northern Liang be related to that black-clothed man? That black-clothed man shouldn't be the Lord of Northern Liang. If the divine envoy of Northern Liang was so powerful, then how terrifying would the Lord of Northern Liang be? It went without saying. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. At least with his current strength, Jiang Chen knew that the Lord of Northern Liang would never be able to shake him. The Lord of Northern Liang's words gave Jiang Chen a reassurance. This was a great favor. The Northern Liang would be your most solid shield. Who else but the Lord of Northern Liang would say such words? Jiang Chen didn't know who the Lord of Northern Liang was and what kind of existence he was. However, it seemed that the Lord of Northern Liang was an enemy and not a friend. Help me thank the Lord of Northern Liang. Tell him that I, Jiang Chen, appreciate it and I will definitely pay a visit in the future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sudden appearance of an extremely powerful big brother. He had caused quite a lot of trouble in the central region Divine Land. This time, it seemed that he had to re-examine himself. Since there was a master of the Northern Liang Divine Land, then there must be a master of the Western Pole Divine Land, the Southern Pole Divine Land, the Eastern Victory Divine Land, and the Central Region Divine Land. The Lord said that he is waiting for that day to come. The white-clothed middle-aged man nodded with a smile. I wonder when it will be. Jiang Chen murmured. Emperor Realm. After the white-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, almost everyone present took a deep breath and held their breath in concentration. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone felt an incomparable pressure. How could the Emperor Realm be ordinary? They didn't even dare to think about it in their entire lives. The Emperor Realm was the pinnacle of the heavens, the focus of time, and the end of Tao. However, only Jiang Chen understood that the Emperor Realm was just another beginning. It wasn't something that he could achieve in a short time if he wanted to become an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk as he looked at the void. An incomparable pressure seemed to be shrouding his heart. Emperor Realm. Does it mean that I'm qualified to meet the Lord of Northern Liang after reaching the Emperor Realm? Although Jiang Chen was just guessing, the strength of the Lord of Northern Liang should be much more terrifying than he had imagined. May I know the name of the Lord of Northern Liang? Jiang Chen said. Emperor Ji. Take care, Lord Jiang. I shall take my leave. Chapter 34-22. The Lord of Northern Liang. Brother Jiang, it seems like you're very concerned about the Lord of Northern Liang. Xueqi couldn't help but say. Huang Ji did not even look at him, but he treated Jiang Chen very seriously. Even though he did not have a noble look, Xueqi could see that Huang Ji had high hopes for Jiang Chen. Huang Ji's hope naturally came from the Lord of Northern Liang. The two words Emperor Realm might seem ordinary, but in the entire divine world, how many people could reach the Emperor Realm? Even in the central region Divine Land, no one had been able to reach the martial Emperor Realm for many years. However, the Lord of Northern Liang said that Jiang Chen could only meet him when he reached the Emperor Realm. This meant that the Lord of Northern Liang's position and strength were unimaginable to ordinary people. Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm, Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He even felt a little hesitant. The arrival of Huang Ji had made Jiang Chen's heart fluctuate. He was shocked, surprised and disappointed. In the eyes of a true expert, his strength was far from enough. Huang Ji's appearance meant that the Lord of Northern Liang was paying attention to him. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he looked afar. Even though he did not know if the Lord of Northern Liang was a friend or foe, he did not dare to trust him completely. However, his roots were in the Northern Liang divine region. He could not let profound Feng sect in Linhe boundary become a hindrance to his cultivation. Jiang Chen returned to profound Feng sect this time to set up an inescapable formation. Even those Emperor Realm experts might not be able to break through the sect's defense. His father was here. His brothers were here. Profound Feng sect was the first place he came to after he entered the divine world. It was also where his foundation was. Jiang Chen could not trust the Lord of Northern Liang completely. It was better to trust oneself than anyone else. Jiang Chen understood one thing from the moment he came to the Saint Origin world. Fate was not in the hands of the heavens but in one's own hands. If one was manipulated by others, one would only become a puppet. One could only trust oneself if one wanted to control one's own fate. Huang Ji's departure had brought Jiang Chen a lot of information, and it had made him feel even more serious. There was a saying that people were born in sorrow, but they died in peace and happiness. Jiang Chen couldn't continue staying silent at this moment, because he knew he had to become stronger in order to better protect his family and friends. He still had no idea where Xueqi was, and as long as he couldn't find her, there would always be a knot in Jiang Chen's heart. Lin Yukong brought a middle hierarch realm expert with him. Jiang Chen left all of them here to teach the disciples of Profound Feng sect in order to protect Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen also set up an extremely powerful formation. Currently, Jiang Chen had already comprehended more than half of the no-beginning formation. At this moment, Jiang Chen was incomparably confident about the sect-protecting grand formation that he had set up. Even a late divine emperor expert might not be able to break through the sect-protecting grand formation. In this way, Jiang Chen was confident that he could leave this vast land and leave Profound Feng sect to search for a bigger sky. Because the sky was no longer enough for a peerless eagle like him to soar. His father was here, his foundation was here. If the northern cold divine region did not fall, then at least the Profound Feng sect would not be destroyed. Although the legendary lord of the northern cold divine region was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen knew what the lord was thinking. Undoubtedly, the lord of the northern cold divine region was trying to win a bargaining chip for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength could shock the lord of the northern cold divine region. This meant that the lord of the northern cold divine region really cared about him. No matter good or bad, as long as Jiang Chen did not offend the Lord of the Northern Cold Divine Region, the Lord of the Northern Cold Divine Region would be under his protection. 10 days later, when Jiang Chen finished setting up the inescapable trap in the sect-protecting formation, not to mention Xian Qingming, Yang Jian, Man Shuai and the others, even Lin Yukong, Zi Qingtian and the elders from Tongxian Mansion were amazed. Although they could not break through the sect-protecting formation, the strength of the formation was not something that anyone could withstand. Once we part ways, Who knows when we'll be able to meet again. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart because he left with the confidence to find Yan Chenyu. Now that Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu had returned and stood beside Jiang Chen. Although Yan Qingqing had not fully recovered, at least she had set her mind on Wu Ningzhu. As long as Wu Ningzhu did not leave Jiang Chen, she would not leave either. Father, Sect Lord, please go back. I will definitely come back after I find Xiaoyu and let our family reunite. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His father's eyes were filled with tears, but he was trying his best to hold it back. He maintained a solemn expression and his face was full of smiles. Don't worry and go. A good man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Find Xiaoyu and bring her back for me to see. The person I am most worried about is this girl. She is delicate and doesn't like to fight with others. If she doesn't have your protection, she will definitely suffer. Jiang Zhenhai's words made Jiang Chen sigh in his heart. He had never told his father how worried he was about Yan Chenyu. His only wish was for their family to reunite. Qingqing, Ningzhu, the two of you must take good care of little Chen. Take good care of him. I am a little tired. I will go back first. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sadness. However, his mission was far from being completed. Xiaoyu's whereabouts were still unknown. How could he enjoy his family in peace? His father's family was ruthlessly taken away by him. Everyone could see how reluctant Jiang Zhenhai was. However, he did not say a word. No matter how big the matter was, he would keep it in his heart. He did not want Jiang Chen to worry about him. Lin Yukong, after I leave, Tongxian Mansion will be under your control. If Profound Feng Sect faces any difficulties, you must help us. This place is my home. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yukong. Lin Yukong nodded his head silently. He did not dare to neglect Jiang Chen's words. The Jiang family lord's words carried enormous weight. Lin Yukong did not dare to be negligent. Brother, see you again in the martial world. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.